Welcome everybody to session 64 of Forgotten Genesis. I'm not going to call it 63 part 2. 63
Oh,
was
thank
fine.
God.
We got through a completed little shtick there, and I wasn't going to call it half of the session. It was half of as much of a session as I would have liked to do, but we had issues. Things happen. And it wasn't, me cutting it short because of a health issue. Things started late because of the world. The world hated me
Life
that
was
day.
just difficult that day, considering it
Yeah,
was Easter
life was a
Vigil.
bitch. Yeah, it was Easter. There were tech issues. Then there were health issues initially to start, by which I mean stomach issues. Which you know what, I'm just so chock full of bullshit that honestly it shouldn't shock me. But at least that wasn't so bad that I'm going to straight up call it like just a bad health day. Either way, there was at least enough of something that happened in terms of reveals last session that I'd say it's still worth a recap. So let's go ahead and go over those for, of course, inspiration. By the way, in Roll20, which will be used today, there is an inspiration tracker in those sheets. If you go into the settings, you can also uncheck an inspiration-related tab so that you can actually just increase the counter in there rather than it just be set as one. It's a way to track them, which will be a little bit easier than doing it in like Discord notes and shit. So I find that kind of neat.
Dude, I'm up to like 38. I still have like 38 now.
All right, I will update that in your sheet actually then, just to stick the number there.
Well, it's because I've given some to Nicodemus so he doesn't die. When Joe's having a rough day, don't want Nicodemus to die.
Well, there's Nicodemus
Yes,
and
this
there's
was the
Halcyon.
stuff with the tailor's shop, and
Yep.
we killed the guy who brought him back. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what we were working on before we were going to go down in the tunnel, which is in a closet.
Yeah, no,
Which
I was just
I'm letting you know.
trying to find that hook that I need. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know, Angel's going to bust that hole wide open.
Vinestra said, and Avery has a fennec fur coat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's borrowing the red fur coat. The red fox coat. It laughs like a fennec fox, but it's a red fox coat.
Oh.
But apparently right now,
fennec
because
fur
we're
fake
outside.
rock.
Don't do that to me. I'm gonna be stuck on F.
What is a fennec but a small red fox?
Appreciate
Do
you.
I want to eat? Do I want spring butterfly cakes, or do I want to go get some more orange chicken?
I mean, I thought that snow foxes were closer to...
You said 38?
Now I
I have written in my notes, that's not counting the 2 that I got last session.
Okay, so 40.
That is probably true.
Okay.
I'm letting you know, if that's how many that I have now, imagine how many I had last season.
Fennec fox is the one with the exceptionally large ears. Okay.
Big floofy ears.
Gotcha. Yeah, which, by the way, to go ahead and be able to input multiple inspiration to track on your sheet in the gear box right next to the spells tab, right at the top below your name, there's going to be a little box in there that says multiple inspiration. Just check that box, and then you'll be able to do things.
I'm letting you know that I don't know how I'm going to access Roll20 if I don't have my iPad open, so I'm going to give my iPad open.
Right. It is accessible, actually, through Discord, which I think the Discord version might require iPad. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no idea.
Hold on, I gotta put the baby on the charger. We haven't even gotten down there. We're still currently doing the savey spell thing so they can live their lives unburdened.
Yeah, we're getting there. Also, yeah, again, your sheet roll 20
Vinestra said, we haven't even done the questions.
This is what I was picturing when y'all described the laugh.
Yeah, it's not inaccurate, honestly. All right, warm up questions. Let's see here. That's 2d20s. I just grabbed those on instinct at this point after being part of Megan's game, because whenever we're close to Angel, that means advantage rolls. So, 99! Okay, what does that mean? That is also not me giving shit. That is me just acknowledging a habit that has developed over many years of playing in your campaign.
This makes it easier. We have people that roll double nat ones on a regular basis.
To clarify, the answer to this question is purely within the context of the game world. Let's start with Angel. Are there any social or political issues your character feels strongly about? We haven't gotten very strongly into that, but Angel is probably the one with her biggest foot on that vein in the world right now.
The fact that, well, technically she's trying to fight a war with all of the changelings to create a safe space for them in Jihu, because it is the most conducive to their reproduction and breeding, as well as it has a temperate climate, which would be good for them.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like, interfaction, like, social and political stuff didn't really get too complicated because you guys didn't really go into cities that weren't home cities. But
we did. The problem is that when we did, they ended up hating us and we ended up leaving.
that was a small town, and their hatred of you was influenced by the demons that were getting summoned.
That wasn't just one city, that was like 4 of them. We went to 4 different cities, and all of them ended up hating Underdark people.
Green Eye Crossing. Vasili. Vasili did not hate Underdark people. Vasili was cautious around Underdark people.
We did not just go to Vasili. We went to a town in the northern part of Sablehearth and on the coast of Sablehearth, which is the capital.
Went to Stylen Horde, which is not on the coast.
We also went to a coastal city.
You also didn't really trudge around Stylen Horde. You just went straight to the Capitol building.
I tried to.
Via Dragonflight.
Anything. People wouldn't let me do nothing in Stalin Horde.
What's our
They're like,
ruling
you're gonna
position?
sit here. They're like, you're gonna sit and talk to a shop owner for an hour, and I'm like, yeah, probably.
And then Coastal City was a brief stint in a northern frozen coastal town, which was kind of isolated anyway.
Also, the
Vinestra
northern
said,
city.
your character's politics, Avery.
I still think it's Violet, but okay.
What, like which way my character leans on the?
No, a social or political issue within the context of the world that your character feels strongly about.
Context of which world?
No, I was
The area.
answering Brick's question, Megan.
Real world? I mean,
Whoop, where'd you go?
Avery's not very politically minded. He understands all sides. He understands all arguments because he can basically just get in people's heads and understand it. So,
Yeah, this one might be a weird one just because it's not really a facet of roleplay that we've gotten into too strongly.
right, like it's. I mean, Angel Deals would have an easier time with this one because she very much plays the political game with the warlord stuff. Avery just kind of distances himself from all that. Seeing what happened to Megan.
Alright, so for Angel, largely it's about getting changelings a better home because of what's going on with Jihu. And given, again, that I mean, between the amount of players that have kind of between just the full-on transformation of the party makeup in terms of people, since there was even really a starting note of even trying to lean into that roleplay angle, and it having been isolated since that point, I think the only character really suited to answer that question is Angel.
That's because the rest of the parties didn't want to get to know any of the social structure of any of the places we went.
Yeah, it's also honestly, it's really also the reason that we ended up kind of getting strictly locked into Merkest and also Sharni essentially as cities. It's because nobody in the previous groups really wanted to travel. But with that in mind,
I really like traveling, so other people don't like it. I enjoy standing in a different city and letting you know new people. So.
yeah, I had like a fucking few different options for like unaligned home bases set up for that early group, but either way, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and re-roll just so there's an actually answerable question. That said, since you did still have an answer, I'll give you a D12 inspiration that you can use this session.
Okay.
Alright, let's see here. Ooh, I don't know if I've rolled that one before. Okay. This might be a little telling. Starting with Angel, of course, and then moving on to Violet, and then down the list. Who in the party does Angel trust the least?
As of right now.
As of this moment, yes.
I'll give a reason for it. She trusts Avery. She also just knows he's broken. She trusts Xanon a little less than she does Venestra and Avery. But Piper she would never not trust because they're kind of siblings. They've taken in each other. That's the situation. So they kind of lean on each other. That's kind of how that works. And so she doesn't have a problem with that. But like Venestra, she trusts. Avery, she trusts because she knows what kind of a person he is, considering she's worked with people like him before. In her own job experience, we're talking about like in the brothels.
Right.
He's like the guy that works for like 30 years just to get enough money to buy himself a house and a home and another business. Makes sense.
So your answer is Nessa.
It would probably be Xanon, not Ravik. Because even the NPC would be considered part of the party, so it'd probably be Xanon that she trusts the least because she knows everything about him.
Okay, so you trust Ravik more than you trust Interesting, and due to limited knowledge. That's a fair answer, honestly.
It's because they touched minds, and when dragons kind of respect you enough to do that, that's when she starts to trust people.
Yeah, no, honestly, fair. I'll take that. Go ahead
a gold dragon even giving you that amount of respect is a huge thing for her.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
We might have actually had this question before. I think it's going to play out the same way it did last time.
I don't think it'll play out the same way. It'll be kind of surprising for you.
I mean, with the stipulation being currently, of course, those answers can sometimes change depending on recent interactions and things. A few of these can honestly reasonably be rolled more than once. So then, of course, same question for Violet. Which member of the party does Violet trust the least?
At the moment, because of the altercation they had the other day, it's not because she doesn't trust him. She's trusting because she's a dog with abandonment issues. Essentially what she is. Violet trusts Avery the least right now because she has a sense that he's going to leave.
Completely valid.
And just because she's like a dog who's got the anxiety of, oh no, they're leaving.
It's the dog who freaks out 5 minutes before the car gets back, and it's also the dog who's blocking the door because they know that the person has to go to work.
They're leaving, yeah.
Gotcha.
So, It's not because she doesn't like him, it's because of the altercation they had. It's more or less because of that. It's because he's like, well, I could just leave you guys and not care. And
Damaged
she's
trust
like,
due to a recent emotional wound. Okay, yeah, totally fair.
it's not just that, it's also just because, like, before they had lost some other party members, and it's just for her.
Some of those wounds are still a little fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, even with a 2-year gap on some of them. But, you know, sometimes someone who left yesterday can feel like they've been gone for years, and it's like a fucking relief. And then some people that left close to a decade ago, it feels like they left yesterday, and you wish they never did. So, and honestly, that's true of a number of things in our lives. So that's totally fair.
And it's not because she's mad at him, it's more or less because I don't know if I can trust him not to stay, or at least stay in touch, or not disappear completely.
That's completely fair given what he said.
You could probably call him on your Fae phone, but we'd have to make another one of those. All right. In which case, then, of course, oddly topical transition. Avery, which member of the party do you currently trust the least?
I think it's still Xanon / Ravik. I don't think Avery has the distinction quite between Xanon and Ravik. They kind of move and act as one unit, so he just kind of treats them
which
like
they
that.
are designed to. They are bonded souls.
So he doesn't have like Angel had that that difference in opinion between the two. They're very much just one unknown that he hasn't been able to quite pin down and is slightly suspicious of at all times.
Their duality has come off as a little bit weird in a way.
A little odd, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, totally fair. Totally fair answer. You get an inspiration die for that. On to Piper, if, Amber, you have the luxury of being able to use your microphone at the moment. If not...
Yes, I've just been muted because everything in the living room just picks up on the mic.
Gotcha.
So.
Welcome to Dungeons and Bluey, apparently.
No, welcome to Dungeons and
Okay, yeah, fair. Dungeons and Tiny Delinquents!
Yes. Piper's would be Xanon just because she hasn't really got to spend any time with Xanon, so she's like, I don't know anything about him enough to trust him.
Yeah, that's fair. Which, also, to be fair, that's also more been symptomatic of IRL, but, I mean, still translates into RP, you know.
Was a little worse than it
And that's because... Damn it. Almost made it 2 weeks without doing that.
He's on his balls. He's on his balls.
Blessing in disguise. In disguise.
Bruce, it's Amira just because why is there a tiny floating cat?
It moved up into my skull like a nail, just going up through my body.
Ooh.
I used to cry on my playphone.
Okay. What was the answer for Bruce? My brain just kind of, just fucking tinnitus for a
I
second.
don't even know what happened. All I heard was something move from your nose to your brain or something like that.
Not my nose.
On his nuts.
Yes, there is one in this. I think there's one still in this bag. I don't know if it got pulled out or not.
I'll put it this way. I adjusted my seating position and unfortunately twisted the hacky sack.
Ow. Bruce, this is Amira because why the fuck is there a floating cat? Why is there a tiny floating cat?
Is Amira cat? I mean, Amira's a little bit cat-like, but still somewhat humanoid.
That's what
I
he
thought she
sees
was a-
her as.
I mean, an imp mechanically speaking, but kind of like a little, honestly, like a mini Venestra. Like visually speaking.
Yeah. I think that's how I remember it.
It's like it reads like a Dr. Evil
Vinistra
mini
said
situation.
she has cat feet and floofy arms
Oh,
and
okay,
tail.
so she's cat-like. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool. All right, so some Final Fantasy type shit.
Or like Maiden Abyss type.
That too. Yeah. Okay. Kind of funny. Okay, so Bruce not trusting Amira because it's a what the fuck is that kind of question. Honestly, that's fair for a dog.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that?
What is that?
I don't trust it.
For the ooh, what is that?
Honestly, funny answer, totally valid. You get an inspiration die.
How about Venestra?
Yeah, Venestra. Who in the party does Venestra currently trust the least?
That one party member who is always T-posing, who only stopped T-posing in the abyss for a brief bit to fight and summon a burning tree. Joke answer aside. Avery, and specifically in a fight because he's seen him get himself into trouble. Also cause of that recent fight, gonna take him at his word.
Yep, that's also
Okay.
pretty valid.
Yeah, the recent outburst, seems to have been at least a damaging point of trust for a couple of characters. I like that. I like that. I like those consequential
I didn't
realities.
realize how deep that ripple spread. That's interesting. Can't wait to see how long that takes to simmer.
And just as a little comedic answer from the DM, currently 2 NPCs don't trust each other very much, and that's oddly Halcyon and Nicodemus. They see a bit of each other in each other, and it's grating.
For who? Halcyon and Nicodemus?
Yeah.
It's almost like they're the same actor playing 2 characters.
Fine, they have different
Yes, in the
lives.
eventual animated series version of this campaign, they will both be Jim Carrey.
No, good Lord, no, please.
I'm sorry, but Nicodemus would be more Matt Mercer.
If only. I don't think we could afford him, though. Actually,
I think he just said that to play into my reference.
absolutely.
Probably.
All right. I was about to jump into it, but I still kind of need to catch my breath from what I incidentally did to myself, and I can
some
just
water.
feel all of it in my right leg now, and it's a thing.
Water help having some sensation up here to distract a little bit from down there.
Yeah. I had a shower, can you tell? My hair's not greasy. And it's fucking doing this thing off to the side for some fucking reason, but hey.
I get to work out during this time.
I've been trying also not to comb my hair and slick it back as much, because apparently that can lead to some early baldness, which
Yeah.
yeah, as much as I like the slicked back look, apparently it's not good for my scalp.
Baldness isn't the problem. Balding is the problem.
True. They like you with hair, they like you without hair. They don't like you when you're actively losing the hair. Although, if I left it patchy and put on some corpse makeup, great zombie cosplay for about 4 years.
That's awful. Let's continue. Where are we going with this?
Well, right now you guys are standing in front of a closet.
No, we were healing the people. We were about to do it before this session ended, and I don't know what happened.
That's right.
We did actually kill him. Remember, he's being they're being chased back to the castle.
They're
by
being
the
chased
bar.
back to the castle. Yes.
Yeah, we made them go back to the castle. But we're gonna wait for Navarre to get back. It shouldn't take long.
I'm just gonna roll a D100 to see how Looney Tunes this is by the time he arrives.
Oh, hell yeah.
High or low?
Hi.
60.
Wait.
So moderately Looney Tunes like. To the point where you see him almost rubber band stand back in place in the doorway. Almost ate him. then one of them pulled out charcoal, drew it on a wall, and I walked through it, and I just slammed into it. I don't get it.
Did they end up getting all the way to the house?
Yes.
Inside the house?
Yes.
Did you talk to the tall orc man, make sure they had a room? Navarre, did you talk to the tall orc man and make sure they had a room? Joe freeze. That was part of the stipulation.
I'm just trying not to laugh.
I was hunting them and then found something to eat and made my way back.
So you don't want this displacer backside. Okay, that's what you just told me.
Not what I... I could see through his eyes the whole time. He got distracted by the kitchen.
So did they actually make it inside the building?
Yeah.
Were they detained inside the building?
Yeah, fair warning, some of the trail on the way back to the castle is yellow.
That's fine. It shouldn't have caused problems in the first place.
Yep.
You see Angel literally doing a full-on, she's got her head inside of this closet, right? And she's literally using dragon breath to make it bigger.
You're gonna use... what kind of dragon breath?
I'm gonna use mithril breath to make a giant hole.
Okay, just straight up fucking breathing out blades. Gotcha.
Gives me force damage and piercing damage.
Which, by the way, is still a very haunting thing to see come out of someone as tiny as Angel.
A giant charge of metal.
As it's like a firefighter hose that's just firing out nails. It's
Vinestra
disturbing,
said,
and it's coming out
Angel
of
the
flesh.
sword swallower.
Or like sword spitter.
I mean, one can happen before or after the other, frankly.
I'm like that tiny cat thing from the stupid Marvel things.
Flurkin?
Yeah.
The fact that I know what that is shames me, because I deliberately made a point of avoiding that film.
I just love that we finally got an answer to how he lost his eye.
Disappointing
that was
answer.
a stupid fucking answer.
I think it was comedic genius.
I don't think it was comedic.
I'll remain disappointed, but
He
I
lost
was looking for
his eye
something.
to somebody he trusted, but he didn't until after he lost his eye. Trust the cat.
That doesn't make
That's
any
just
sort of
poor
sense.
writing.
Yep.
It could have been dramatic, but no, he just got his eye scratched out by an alien house cat. Come on.
Vinestra said, welcome to later Marvel movies.
You know
All
what?
the worst Marvel movies.
They've made money at it. I'll give them that.
And they're entertaining for the most part.
It's unfortunate that the later ones, they're really only entertaining if you're just drunk or high enough, but yeah.
That's just disappointing.
Now, what was I rolling for? Because we briefly got... Oh, right, you were enlarging a hole. So...
Yeah. Bigger goal.
Because it's a tiny hole at the bottom of a closet.
Yes, so... go ahead and roll me a percentile. And we'll
Okay, hold
see how much bigger you're able to get it.
How much bigger?
Yes.
Hold on. Crap.
I'm going to roll a D4 here as a multiplier. And I rolled another D100 here to account for how long this takes, because this continuous use of this breath.
Okay, so I see it.
If anybody has anything they would like to assist with essentially the dig here, they may absolutely do so, and that will alter some rolls.
The whole dig through. Dig, 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 dig,
Dig, katana.
we like to do.
I kind of want to take a page out of Ember's book and use prestidigitation on the ground.
That was that from Megan's session, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yesterday.
I think she's fine, but she's
Right.
Hey, Jen, 83.
What did that accomplish?
An 83 DM?
Imagine it unsoiled the ground.
Oh, right. Okay. So unfortunately, I'm going to be a little bit of a rule stickler. Within the finite range that has an effect, unsoil meaning unbesmirch, effectively, or undirtify something.
It makes
Which
it,
even then-
it makes it prevents it from being unclean.
Yeah, which I feel like magic is intelligent enough to realize, you can't unwet water, for example.
Yeah, I didn't imagine it being used that way either, but when no one stopped it yesterday, I'm like, maybe I'll try that.
Now,
No, it's
Still?
because they were literal bones. Okay, I'm going to describe this. It's because they were literal bones on top of each other, and the calcification was the calcification that happens with bones on top of bones. So technically, you're just removing grime that has decided to grow into something else.
Oh, see, I just pictured that as like solid bone.
Nope.
Because bone is mostly calcium anyway.
No, it's what happens when
that
you have a pile
justification's
of
fine.
bones.
As far as you fucking tongue twister of a fucking spell sometimes, I swear to
Prestidigitating,
God.
No prestidigitating through the ground. Got it.
Pres-
In that
prestidigitating.
Case, no, I don't have any idea.
yeah,
How I could help.
It is a cantrip, so as you do cast it out, you get them out of some, honestly, permafrost.
It's an 83 DM.
83, fantastic.
How big do I make this hole?
Oh, rolling multiplier. Okay,
I hope she something in her book.
okay. All right, so as far as duration, over the course of about, honestly, the next hour or so, you do effectively triple the size, width, and depth of the hole. It is now reasonably traversable by most creatures. The largest of your party, however, will have to crouch, at least to get into the initial entryway in this closet. That said, given how much you've done, there's not really a closet left, and there's just a fucking gaping just damage to the structure here to have enlarged the hole to this degree.
Do I get bonus points from Nicodemus?
He's giving you a thumbs up the whole time.
Yes.
Can I?
Vinestra said, question DM, is it burrowable?
If you would like to try to use burrowing speed to enlarge, I mean,
You can play with
reasonably.
it. Come here. Tell you something about
Burrowable
it.
as far as like using burrowing speed to traverse through soil. I mean, I'd say using burrowing here would allow you to traverse without any movement speed hindrance, but otherwise it is in and of itself, seemingly, as far as you can tell, traversable by itself. It seems to be held up as far as deep as the pit as deep as the brain just turned off pathway seems to go down, as it seems to dig straight into permafrost. And go right ahead.
Can I use mending to fix the house? Not the floor necessarily, because we need that. But the walls and the door and
Sure. I mean, if you'd like to clean up a little bit of damage, you certainly can. I mean, I'm assuming without, cleaning up the necessarily widened hole for traversability.
I just feel like we've already done enough damage
Yeah.
here. We don't need to do more.
I will say you guys haven't damaged the structural integrity of the thing, because most of this, again, is like a hole that's visible basically in what would amount to the crawl space. of this place,
And
right?
what do you know? Angel could have gone down in the hole and made a dimension door from one side to the other, but that just wouldn't have been any fun.
I mean, it would have been a creative option. This, however, the dirty jobs route,
Like
still
dirty
totally
jobs.
fine. With what the fuck's his name? Like Rob Lowe? No, Rob Lowe's another guy.
Yes.
It's I don't
Rob
know.
something. Rob,
Rob Zombie? No.
I don't know.
Microwaved Jason Momoa.
Rob Banks.
Fuck. I'm gonna Google it.
Imagine someone fucking Bobby Banks, Rob
Let's
Banks.
just find out just how badly I've boned this. Micro. I went Rob Lowe and it's Mike. I was close. I lyrically rhymed it.
Rob.
With Mike Rowe. God fucking damn it. Okay, cool. Yeah.
So
I used to watch that religiously, like after school.
I love that show.
That and How Things Are Made. How Things Are Made and the gross things that those things that are made make.
I love that. I love how things are made. That's a good show.
Also love the parody of How Things Are Made, but we're getting off topic.
As Angel's like, I think the hole is ready now.
Significantly wider and more penetratable. No, I'm not going to stop, Levy.
That's horrible. Why did you say that? Why have you done this?
I mean, we are invading her space without permission. This is absolutely the wrong hole, and we're not exactly coming in wet. Be bad.
Vinestra said, "Don't make me
Yourself,
think
I'm
of a
covered
hag
in
hole
snow."
in such a way."
She looks. She. But you know, Angel goes, "Speak for yourself. I'm covered in snow."
There
No
was a person
prestidigitates.
named Robert Banks who was arrested for robbing a bank.
Yes, there's been one of those. Yes.
Was his middle initial D by any chance?
I don't know. I don't think. I don't.
Robin,
think it
he's
says-
not.
I don't think he says.
Rob the Banks.
Says what it's. I don't think it has his middle name here.
Damn.
Or initial. But yeah, that is enough for me. That's beautiful. I'm saving this.
What if his middle name was an A name, like Albert Robabank? So it's Robert A. Banks. Oh my god.
V is going to get into the hole first.
Alright, despite V's sheer mass, that burrowing does allow V to glide pretty smoothly into the entryway. And I'm assuming the rest of you follow suit.
Yep.
I'm letting you know that the mount that we're choosing for this run is going to be Aurelia and not Archimedes, because screw that.
Okay, you are getting on the back of a dire corgi. And
Nope,
absolutely, yeah.
Not Archimedes, Aurelia. We're using Aurelia today, not
Oh.
Archimedes.
Okay.
Sorry, Joe, it's too frightening for me to do that with the dog.
No, it's all good. Let me grab some cave ambiance actually while we're here. Let's see. That's Dwarven Tavern, not what we're looking for. That was a couple of sessions back. But I like to do
A
this.
blessing.
Oh, I need to sneeze. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I
A
know it's
blessing.
not gonna happen, but it burns.
I screwed up, maybe. And I said it.
Don't say it ahead of time, or you'll make it burn away.
I'm sorry. The guinea pigs literally made me sick, 'cause I just watched him sneeze and I said, God bless you. Here's a Mia.
cave, and let's see what comes up. Frozen cave is what we're going to be looking for.
Vinestra said, "Time to sneeze myself."
Nice. Spiders cave. Ooh, that'd be fun for another campaign. There we go. Icy cave. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm gonna loop that. Volume on it is totally fine, and I'm gonna go ahead and just pop into Wavelink here and decrease browser sounds for myself, because while that's max volume there, I'd like to be able to hear everybody else without actually decreasing its real volume. 42 will do. Alright. As all of you slink down within, it's a very narrow passageway in spots, though it has been significantly and pretty effectively artificially widened by Angel, your rather continuous and present Dragon's Breath, which, by the way, that did take like the ballpark of an hour to do. Finally, getting down within, you drop down about 7 feet, just a full sheer kind of drop into an open cavern that seems to be steadily just kind of widening and moving down. Layers of ice that are very clear, visible, and steadily disappearing down into thick, heavily dug permafrost, which in and of itself seems to have settled into more and more sort of deep blue ice layers as the ice sheared walls have melted down and joined with the permafrost and kind of joined in with this sort of blue-white cavernous expanse. There's the barest bit of light filtering in here, just from what can barely be kind of diffused through the uppermost layers of ice from the sun above, and otherwise it's almost entirely hauntingly dark, which based on physics alone shouldn't be as dark as it is. But you are entering into the domain of a hag, so there does come some caveats. As the rest of you begin to settle into this chamber, and your eyes begin to sort of adjust to the lighting, and for those of you with dark vision, what's adjustment? People have to do that? For those that have dark vision, the cave is pretty wide. There's a number of pillars and a number of, sealed off old animal entryways, and you can see scattered animal bones, just kind of layered around in different places. Anything that's come down here, nothing seems to have settled itself here for any permanent amount of time as shelter. And with the sheer amount of bones from various different critters, be those foxes, be those squirrels, be those reptiles, be those even, larger insectoids, a lot of these are just bones, shells, and husks gathered around in piles like discarded leaves around many of these icy pillars.
They're pillars?
Yeah.
Is there a place in Roll20 for senses?
Yes. Actually, there should be, at least in your sheets. Let's see here. Roll20 is going to be a slow-ass bitch for a minute, so...
Do the bones look bigger by these pillars, like creatures that have come down this hole, or...?
Most of these are generally just examples of smaller critters. That said, on closer inspection, you do find some larger bones, things like goats that may have slipped down here, or oxen. A lot of examples of even just some common beasts of burden that you've already encountered in the town of Arcala, but the bones are so stripped and even dried that these must be many years old. as there's not really even much record of skin or fur left. They seem to almost have entirely been picked clean, though most all of it, in essentially every sort of note and consideration, all old bones, all mostly natural fauna, from what you can tell just on a cursory glance. As far as also your question, Avery, of where senses belong, there was a thing for that somewhere. Why am I drawing a blank? Where that's supposed to go? That might be just landed squarely in like features and traits, which for all intents and purposes, I think most of those are condensed on the side. If they haven't been converted into the Roll20 sheet, I would just go ahead and also just double check over your D&D Beyond sheet to see if you can find it in there.
And now, I was thinking I was going to need to add it to the Roll20 sheet.
I mean, for later convenience, that might not be a bad thing to add. I'm just not sure where that would go at the immediate moment. I'm sure there's a tab somewhere. But yeah, that's a cursory glance. That's a cursory glance at most of just the general bones. Are you looking for anything specific, like humanoid bones or anything like that?
Any human who may have made it down here to find their family or figure out something?
Yeah, by all means. Are you looking to dig through the bones to see if you can find an example, or are you just kind of giving it a once-over?
I would say Violet, because of what she can smell, should be able to smell the difference.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage for keen smell with Violet. Anybody who's also keen on seeing if there's anything other than largely just animal bones here, you can roll perception to see if you can find anything that just plainly looks like anything other than Animalia, or you can roll investigation, or
Vinestra
honestly
said,
just nature.
V and
really.
Amira are going to check for any magical wards and traps.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check in that case.
That's 26, DM. Percent of perceptionary glance.
Okay, 26 for a general perception-based once-over. So, yeah. Actually, giving a lot of these piles of bones, like some cursory once-overs, not immediately apparent for humanoid bones gathered in this area, except, especially as you're kind of walking through, the ground's a little uneven. You know, there's places where stalactites and stalagmites, or in this case, ice tights and ice mites. I don't think that's the exact term for that at all, and I'm pulling that out of my ass, but it gives the general idea. Things like that lead to sort of uneven and sharp edges along the ground, where in some places you realize some of those are so uneven that it's more like something is jutting out of the hardened earth. And looking down at some of those, they look to be broken bits of bone, and the coloration alone, with how brazenly frosted white they appear to be, as well as the leftover appearance of small bits of scales, you realize that dotted throughout this open cavern, just kind of buried into the bottom layers of this frozen permafrost floor, and probably forgotten over the course of even centuries in the case of these remains specifically, are dozens and dozens and dozens of skeletal remains of white dragonborn. And in smaller cases, from what you can tell, gathered around them, with also just barely the noticeable skull shapes, likely kobolds as well, with remains just as old.
So they're like ancient kobold remains, like before Flake.
Ancient kobold and dragonborn remains that are kind of, again, buried into the ground here, barely come up just due to cycles of melting and resurfacing and melting and resurfacing and just natural erosion within this cavern. But even so, like, as ancient as it is, it doesn't strike you as well, actually, with the amount of thousands of years that it was since that event, it would still be ancient by a long shot. But yeah, these are old remains, and you don't know if it's necessarily tied strictly to the hag, but they are present here, and nothing else in here seems to really stay alive very long, given that, again, there's not really any notable evidence of anything that seems to have made a nest or a den, at least successfully, in here. This seems to be, by and large, in small scattered bits, a tomb of frozen nature.
Vinestra said, 40 nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay, on the Arcana check. So you and Mira, kind of scanning over the cavern, walking around, giving it a few once-overs here and there. Not immediately a presence of runes on your first lap, your second lap, your third lap, but then alongside on some of the old Dragonborn bones, old, long decayed and useless draconic runes on some of the bones, you find a particular sort of smattering between a pair of the pillars where a number of these older remains kind of sit. Where there's also scattered bits of fresher animal bones that are kind of largely obscuring them, and up along those pillars, the subtlest carvings, which are in and of themselves made to look like just natural fractures in ice and rock. Sylvan runic carvings, and also, to your surprise, though you're really only able to glean this through, if I recall, you have Eyes of the Rune Keeper, at least to you, foreign type of rune work, though it does seem to at least mimic. What's the word I'm looking for? It does seem to mimic alphabetically some examples of what is noted to be ancient human language here in Zaria. Which, especially given that you were living in a vineyard and near the artsy-fartsy parts of the world, you'd be exposed to this.
It would be minor, but
Vinestra
it
said,
would be minor.
Vi would call Piper and Angel over.
Angel can read it.
So can Piper, because Eyes of the Rune Keeper.
I get it. Like, as far as, like, ancient English, it would be something that if she said there was ancient weird language, she'd be like,
yeah. Angel, you immediately pick up on, intertwined with the obscured Sylvan and the Draconic on the remains, very deliberately placed Latin patterning.
Avery
I
would probably.
can read Latin.
Avery would probably recognize some. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Angel can read Latin, so what am I reading?
Yeah, Avery would have some exposure to at least some Latin nomenclature, just given. Brain just turned off. Avery and Aiko's proclivity for looking at like a lot of those older ruins.
I can read Latin too.
Yeah.
If I'm reading the Bible in its original text, I can read Latin.
Which
I
this.
thought that would be Hebrew.
Nope. It was originally translated into Roman from the original Hebrew.
Yeah, which Latin specifically, of course, close to pretty much the English alphabet in a lot of senses. And the closer you look at it, interwoven between those English lettering, there's also Greek. And it kind of scatters and repeats over and over and over, and you realize it's a really distorted and fucked up, in Latin at least, recitation of both the Book of Enoch and the story of Abraham, and in between with all of the Greek and all of the Sylvan, obscure, hide, consume, obscure hide, consume, obscure hide, consume, obscure hide, consume, just woven between that tail, which does disappear beneath the permafrost in the pillars, incomplete in its visualization here, but repeating in an almost nauseous sense.
Is there any way that you could write the word rest into the middle of that?
I mean, if anybody has a chisel, you could certainly try. It's also an important question to ask. Which language would you want to try to do that in?
Which is the last one that's used?
The
Sounded
most,
like they were
the most recently laid in rune or I guess, yeah, most recently laid in rune work. Go ahead and give me a. This would be kind of adjacent to stone cutting in a sense. Give me a nature check for kind of ability to gauge, ice layering and erosion and that kind of thing.
32.
32. Okay, yeah. The most recent of all of this, oddly not the Sylvan. The Sylvan seems to be older than actually the rest here. The most recent bits seem to be in constant repetition, sort of the scattering of Draconic that was duplicated off of the bones and kind of chased up the pillars.
So Sylvan is the most likely one?
Sylvan is the oldest. The most recent seems to be the Draconic, left on the remains that are scattered around the sort of naturally formed kind of frosted cavernous stone pillars here. Insofar as it being, in this case, deliberately woven into the rest of the rune work and kind of followed off of the bones that were already naturally there.
Is there any way we can mimic her handwriting? I can use my forgery kit and my stone cutter's kit. And
Using a forgery kit is actually specifically what would be used for trying to emulate handwriting. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a forgery kit check.
Okay, awesome. I have advantage with this.
Since you're going to be using your stone chiseling tools and it conjoined, give me a. Since you're laying, give me a dexterity, wisdom, or intelligence with proficiency, whichever one you think would be best in this case.
My dexterity is the highest.
Give an angel's train of thought here if anybody has also proficiency with any of those listed tools, whether it's stoneworking or forgery kit. You may also assist in this.
I think I'm kind of confused. So we know we've got some scripts in various languages.
We're trying to make it so the trap doesn't activate. So the only way for the trap to not activate is if we literally kind of follow the rune work and put the word rest in, or to sleep, or to...
She's trying to interrupt the enchantment, essentially.
What I was asking is, what is the script?
The bones and snow below it, from what DM
So
said.
to clarify the visualization as far as where the runes are placed, they are around the remains that are around each of these stone pillars, and they are tracing up from the bones and then up the pillars themselves.
Pillars are sticking out of like bone piles.
Yeah, so these are natural sort of cavernous pillars that have formed with erosion over time. Yeah, and they are parallel with each other. Gathered around each of them, kind of like discarded autumn leaves, are a bunch of both animal bones and also really old, frozen over kobold and dragonborn bones. The kobold and dragonborn bones have draconic wounds all over them, which have been brought into the rest of the rune work, which was naturally chiseled over time into the pillars.
Okay, thank you.
She's gonna look over at Piper. Piper, I'm going to need your help to write rest into these runes, but I also know that you have an ability to do this with artistry in your background. With artistry in your background, I'm gonna need your help, Piper. Write rest in the seams. We have to forge the word rest into the bottom of these runes.
Okay, now to forge this properly, again to clarify, which language are you going to be doing this in? Which language are you going to be doing this in?
Okay, the last one that was used, because you followed whatever was the last
Draconic.
before.
Okay. In order to follow along with Draconic
I know
runework,
Draconic.
you know it. Okay, good.
I do actually know Draconic.
Good.
In the 2 years' time where I used to be rusty at Draconic, Angel has helped me with my Draconic.
Good.
That's because that's all English talk to it now.
All right. Are you
But
proficient
I've
with a
really
forgery kit? Because the secondary goal here is to try
Yes.
and follow the penmanship of the one who made these runes.
Can I use my medicine check because I can do good surgery with beauties?
I'll say yes, however your DC is higher than a forgery kit DC. Go ahead, Avery.
I know Sylvan. Sylvan said, was that the one that said, like, consume?
Yeah, Sylvan is the oldest of the rune sets, and it seems like almost naturally interwoven with the stone and the ice, almost hidden within just the natural cracks of it. To that degree, go ahead and actually give me a nature check. Or an arcana,
Oh, no.
whichever one you'd like to give me.
Pretty dice. Anyway.
While I'm doing that, did stuff say again? I'm trying to take this.
Hold on, let me go pull up roll 20 real quick.
That's a total of 14 on nature check.
In
Give me a
sort
second, I
of
gotta...
morbid repetition,
Wait,
freeze, and
let me-
consume are constantly repeated in Sylvan.
Give me a second. I'm gonna check my stats on the sheet. I hadn't pulled this up yet. Well, that's who's all dead anyway. So, what does an 18 plus 20 get me?
28. Cool.
18
You're...
plus 20.
36. 36.
28.
38. Okay, yeah, no, you make the DC.
I was gonna say you said 20. I was like, excuse the fucking me.
Yeah, you make the DC.
Don't insult my
The
modifier,
Sylvan
like.
repeating almost ad nauseum, which is again joined largely with the stonework and the natural ice formation, freeze and consume, and that is the oldest rune work here.
To create the space, freeze and consume ability to create the space.
All right, and just to again clarify, what are you an angel writing here to interrupt the pathway of the rune work?
Whatever Angel says, I couldn't hear half of that because that.
What you are choosing to write is
How
important.
many words? How many words in a row are there at the current moment, considering it's increased in word number?
It's just kind of steadily going up like just complete vertical wording. There doesn't seem to be spacing between the wording either. Just complete.
No, you're
vertical
missing what
line.
I'm saying, because the words that you said before were freeze and consume.
Yep.
And then the ones before it were like after that from the freeze and consume were freeze, destroy, consume. There
Yes.
were more words.
Yeah.
So how many words are we at?
So
It
as
has to
far
follow a pattern to hag.
as in between the both the Sylvan and the sort of Greek that intertwines with the Latin that is just reciting tales. There's freeze, destroy, and consume. Those are the ones that you see repeated ad nauseum.
So originally at the top part in the original Sylvan, it was freeze and consume, which makes sense
Yeah.
to create the open space. And then it was freeze, destroy, consume for the last couple of rows down there at the bottom.
Yeah, which is done in
Draconic.
polytonic Greek alphabet, and then repeated over in the Draconic alphabet as it carries off of the runework that was naturally on the bones.
Okay, so what does it say in Draconic as opposed to that? Because it would probably increase by one word, yes?
In Draconic, it says freeze, consume, destroy. And brain just turned off. Hold on. Freeze,
Didn't you say
consume,
something about
destroy.
detect?
Yeah, freeze,
Isn't it
consume,
detect?
destroy, detect, obscure.
So the words in reverse order would be reveal. Let me see if I can get this right, because we need one more word than that grouping. What's on?
So many different words, some of them overlapping. I'm having a hard time telling which ones are which language.
Yeah, it's manic.
My notes are not very cohesive.
Reveal.
That's why I don't usually take notes. I suck at it.
So the absolute oldest set of runes, absolute oldest, are the Fey runes, which are freeze and consume.
Freeze and disturb. Consume.
Oh, but it's not freeze and it's just the rune for freeze and soup.
Yes. Which those are almost blended in just with the natural formations and hard as shit to see. Then the Greek runic layout, which is like tightly hidden between the Latin just recitation of these old biblical stories that are themselves wrong, and sort of dark parodies of what the stories were. In the Greek, it's freeze, consume, destroy. And then the most recently added to this list, which are the Draconic ones, which are themselves kind of splintering off of the bones that were already frozen in there. It's freeze, consume, destroy, obscure, and brain just turned off.
Detect.
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 Yes. Which
Detect would be first.
Yes. Which, unlike the first two, did not add one word, it added two.
So you have to add another 2 words.
Right.
Along the same line, considering we're staying in the same situation.
One of them added one. The next one added 2 words. So wouldn't the next one add?
No. Because it's still, you still fall on the same line. If it's the top 2 lines only add 1 word, then you have to keep the next 2 ones only adding 2 words. So I want reveal to be one of the words. I want relax to be one of the words.
Reveal.
Or stand down. You can't do stand down. Relax.
A word also for stand down would be desist.
Let's do desist then, instead of relax.
So reveal and desist.
Huh?
So reveal and desist.
Reveal. I'm not done yet. Reveal. I don't need just 2 words. I can't just do the same line of words.
I know. I'm
It has to have
considering the words you're adding here. And I'm keeping track of them for my own
Vinestra
benefit.
said, cease could be word.
Cease. I like cease. How many words do we need?
It's part of the puzzle.
I tried to
You're
puzzle
assuming
on it. It was shut down, so I'm not even guessing.
No, go ahead.
Detect. Reveal. Detect. Detect. Obscure. Destroy. Consume. Freeze. It's 5, right, Joe? You gave me 5 at the last part?
Reveal was one that you've added. So 4.
I know, but the other one would have been detect. It would have been obscure. Freeze,
Last one you
consume,
said was
destroy.
protect.
Detect.
Oh,
D-E-T.
Vinestra said, detect, reflect, cease.
Reflect. Reflect, cease. I like reveal, desist, cease, reflect, because it would reflect the magic. Actually, let's start with reflect, so that way it goes the other direction. Our
Okay.
spells go backfire on each other. Reveal, desist, cease, because desist makes sense to make them stand down, and cease makes them stop whatever they were planning on doing. So I need 3 more words. We need 7 words specifically. I gave you 5 words.
Oh, that's what I said, and you said no.
I think she was just trying to continue her train of thought before she lost it. I think that was what was going on.
I'm confused. I think you got. Wait. Okay. I'm sorry. It is a puzzlement. You're right, but it is a puzzlement. It is 7. The sword number is 7. Yes. The last word needs to be rest, because we want them to rest in peace. So the last word needs to be rest. Which leaves us... We got 5 words. I need 2 more words.
Vinestra said, disperse.
Right, disperse.
Disperse, sure.
What about the word release? Does that work?
If it's a word that you want to try and weigh in here.
I'm asking everybody else. The words I have are reflect, reveal, desist, cease, disperse, release, and rest.
You guys are on the last word here, potentially being release. You can throw out other ideas, other options. Release can be it. However you guys want to try to do this. Essentially, you guys are trying to disrupt an enchantment with another layer of enchantment. Doing enchantments that are this archaic, being one word, alterations to an effect, have to be very deliberate in their intention.
So I need the exact order of the words, because you started with detect being the first word, and then destroy.
Order I have. Freeze.
That was
destroy.
the one that he restarted the whole sentence with when we first looked on the Greek stuff was detect, was the first word.
Yes. In the
So my
Greek
question
set.
is what's the F word? Which is our second to last set, so.
The oldest shit is just freeze and destroy.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said that the Sylvan was only freeze consume.
Sorry, freeze consume. Yes. Sylvan was just freeze consume. Getting confused with my order here. Hold on.
I'm tempted to say green light instead of red light. It says freeze.
Thaw.
I like the word dog.
We're going opposites.
Let's go opposites. Let's try that. Thaw.
Sorry, so I apologize if I delivered this disjointedly. My brain got a little scrambled when a little something got a little smashed. So, in order of runes and in the languages that they appear. In Sylvan, we have freeze and consume. In Polytonic Greek, we have detect and destroy. And in Draconic, which spreads up from the bones, which already had runes on them, though they are so decayed at this point and buried within the ice that whatever runes actually laid on the bones might be disjointed in and of themselves. What is carried up from the bones onto the pillar is obscure.
So the first word we use is reveal because that's the oldest word. It's obscure.
Obscure is the latest added in Draconic.
It's the latest,
So the
latest added. Okay.
Yes, the newest.
That's
So
helpful. Okay. So the last one we use is reveal. Go backwards. So if we're gonna do freeze and consume, I like the word thaw as opposed to freeze.
Okay, you want to add thaw as word number 7 then?
No. We're doing this in order. We're doing it in order of the way it's written. So
Sorry,
we're trying to
seventh
get
of the words that you guys have come up with is what I mean.
that's not the order, Joe. Just let us get to the order first. Thaw I like.
Yeah, you guys have time to think tank this. So
Consume.
Produce.
I would say release, considering if you're going to try to consume something, it's when you're trying to eat something with your mouth.
Consume has a more general meaning. So
Yeah, I know, but if I do the more produce, what is it going to produce? More of them? I would prefer to not have more enemies.
archaic enchanting requires clear intent, which can be inferred by whatever words are behind it.
I like the word thaw. I like that you picked thaw, because that makes sense.
yeah, we'll go with your word release. You said,
I like release.
Okay.
and we'll do release.
The one that she can't. I think that was the one that Vanessa can't. And then I like. What was the next word? The next word is Detect and destroy. Okay, so detect. What's the word to stay blinded? Another word for
You could just say
blinded.
blind.
But no, it will blind us. Whatever we say is what they're going to do.
Okay. And with that logic, wouldn't saying release whatever is gonna attack us?
That's the point. We want that to happen. We want them to be released. We don't want them to be destroying us.
I guess I'm just not fully in tune with our goal.
Sightless.
This crap is just
What about the word
Yeah.
sightless?
Looking through the cavern, this is the only evidence of enchantment so far that you guys have encountered. And so your first impulse has been to disrupt the enchantment. So you guys are going through essentially a...
Because we don't know if we go past this place, all the bones are gonna come alive and go, "Hello there."
So you guys have imposed upon yourselves a disruption puzzle. So we'll see how that
I
goes.
have a question. What we're doing right now is very wizardy, and I use sorceress powers. Can I just feel my way into disrupting this shit?
Here's what I'll allow.
With a hag, that's not always the best thing because they'll lay old spells.
Here's what
A
I'll allow.
lot of their stuff is done with a sorcerer's.
For intelligence casters, you may use investigation on these runes to see if you can glean a hint. For charisma casters, you may use charisma to see if you can instinctively feel a pull toward a hint. For wisdom casters, you may use your sense of the world and the vibe around you to use wisdom to win a hint.
Add a natural 20 to the charisma if we're gonna ask on that situation.
Pretty much everybody
I
here is a
only
caster.
got us 11.
Well, if you can give us everybody rolls their own so they can get different things. Sometimes Joe will give us different things based on the different fields.
Vinestra said, 17 plus 20, 37 for Amira nat 20, plus whatever the skill was for Vi.
Should put us at a 40, mostly for angels.
Okay, I'm going to need everybody's, and I'm going to get the average, since everybody rolled here,
Okay,
and I'll just
so-
give out some hints.
Wisdom is mostly druid and cleric, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So we're doing a wisdom check?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Open the door. What is this? 13 plus a 6.
Yeah, these are not skill checks, these are attribute checks. Within and achievable with an attribute check related DC, of course. So, what was your total there?
Wait. So then what I'm confused.
So, wisdom, which is d20 plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh yeah, that was 13 plus 6.
Okay, so 19. Great. And yours was 11, you said, Avery?
Yes, it was.
For charisma. Okay. So, 11 total on a d20. So you rolled a little bit low. Do you want to use any of the inspiration that you earned today on that?
You know what? Sure, I'll use
Gotta spend them somehow.
18. Little better.
Much better, actually. 18, 19, charisma check from Angel, because you're a charisma caster.
40.
Not a charisma skill check. Charisma attribute check.
40. Oh, my attribute check?
Mm-hmm. Which is just d20 plus your charisma modifier.
My charisma modifier is at a 50.
Your modifier is a plus 6.
My modifier is a plus 6 on my old sheet, Joe. You have to add the new sheet in.
This isn't any skills, this is just the benefits that are provided to your charisma stat.
Oh my god, Joe, you're giving me confusion. My charisma stat is over that, Joe. I'm at a 9 or a 10 with my charisma stat.
Huh?
My charisma stat wasn't accurate on my sheet. I have pluses and bonuses added onto my own stuff. I had to rewrite my sheet onto a side sheet because we hadn't had time to update them. It's a +9 right now, so it's a 29. I had a natural 20. I'm guessing I lost Discord.
No, I'm just trying to think through what happened
The
to get
dragon-
into. Oh, the Dragonheart
Dragonheart.
stuff. Okay.
That's not Dragonheart. Those are not Dragonheart.
Oh.
That's without the Dragonheart.
Don't you have like?
I have a bunch of stuff that I've done in quests that
Yeah.
I've got bonus points for that are not added onto that sheet.
Oh yeah, different items you got.
I'm boosted above a 20 on my natural stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're 22 just naturally with your
On the sheet, yes.
with your vestige. You're 22.
She has other items.
Right.
And I've had other quest lines that have given me more charisma boosts. And you asked me what I wanted to get boosted.
Vinestra said,
Yeah, charisma boost.
29 for VNAT 20.
Okay.
I got a nat 20 as well.
All right. We'll just say 29 in both cases. We'll get that cleared up later because my brain's just not computing. So 29, 29, 18,
I
and
am
19.
so sorry, Joe, but there are so many quests I've completed that I have all of these little bonuses on my sheet.
Mine have been increase my perception, increase my passive perception every time.
Okay. So, yes. Hints afforded across the board. So, first of all, everybody matched the DC to discern, first of all, the nature of the puzzle. This is quantitative totals. So, currently there are 5 runes. Just up, which means your next set would need to equate to that amount. So you need 5 words, not 7.
Oh, okay, so we need 5, maybe of the opposite of what 5 have.
Right. It's a puzzle.
I got it.
It's a puzzle of totals, not a puzzle of increases. If you are counteracting, you just do totals. If you are adding to the enchantment to make it stronger, you do increases. You all gleaned that nature for how that works. Which means, by all means, if you want to make it stronger, yeah, 2 extra words is fine. But yeah, to counteract, you just match up with what's there. Now,
So what number are we at, Joe? Just to remind me.
so right now, as far as the words that you have offered here, you have 8 words up for offer as counteracting options. You only need 5.
Okay, so
You have reveal,
Thaw.
reflect, release, desist, rest, cease, disperse, and thaw.
let's go with thaw, rest, blinded, preserve, and reveal.
Okay.
Because it preserves the space.
Thaw, rest, blind, preserve.
Blinded. They need to stay blinded. They can't see.
Note, none of these have a tense.
Concepts.
Okay, so then blind.
Okay. So thaw to counteract freeze, rest to counteract consume, blind to counteract detect, Preserve to counteract destroy, and reveal to counteract obscure. I'd say everybody met the DC, so I'd say everybody's able to generally glean. These most likely work. Now, in terms of application, doing it in the handwriting of the latest applied runes, purely a cosmetic thing, though it may help alleviate suspicion in case someone were to come by later and check on it.
I got a 29, Joe.
Yeah, which is totally fine. Now, let's see. Another thing that we revealed here. Let's see, archaic enchantments, all about intention. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I really like the disperse one, but I don't know how we were gonna use that one.
Disperse was for Doom? I thought we were gonna use this.
We're using release.
Using release, not rest. Okay.
I kind of want to use rest though because it puts the spirits at rest. Because
Okay.
they're all dead at the graveyard.
Will it be rest or release?
Release, I'm worried about how that's grabbed as a concept because this is all intention. So let's go with rest for this once. So next time I really want to try to use more words that everybody has.
Okay. Is everybody in agreement on that?
I have freeze, rest, blind, or
We have thaw, rest, blind, preserve, and reveal as the opposite words. Because we want them to not be able to see us.
okay, yeah, that's good with me.
Okay. Alright, in which case then I want the two people who are currently actively laying these down, that is Piper and that is Angel, go ahead and give me, respectively, for either of your classes, go ahead and give me, Green just turned off.
Forgery checks.
Yeah, forgery, or in this case, medicine checks. Medicine will be higher because it's not naturally used for this.
I did that earlier.
I did that earlier. Mine was a 31 and yours was
Right,
a
okay.
38.
Cool. Alright. So those are laid in. Fantastic. Which means the last thing is just intent. I need both of you to give me percentiles, and I need you to send me the result, not say the result. Okay, enchantments get a little fucked. Also doing it like this builds up the tension. Sorry if this got a little overcomplicated, and I know sometimes sometimes when I try to do puzzles with you, it gives you headaches, Megan. I apologize if this was one of those.
Well, it would have been nice if you hadn't sat on your balls and it beforehand.
Yeah, that kind of screwed up my my fucking pattern. And Nessio got back to me about shadowboxing. He said I can do it. He's just going to be doing support roles, so bless auras, all that shit.
We are at. I'm going to message you them.
Okay. And all right. Fantastic. I'm going to be doing a couple of counter rolls here. Oh. Okay. So, as you both carefully lay in these sort of next few additional runes, I'm assuming essentially mirroring each other with the 5 words, laying it in as Draconic, which admittedly is as much, it seems like, you know, this person's penmanship as much as it was also kind of her attempt to also herself, or its attempt, whomsoever it was, their attempt to also themselves emulate the rune work that was on these bones in penmanship as much as they could. As you do so, suddenly the pillars light up, begin to sort of pulse, and then they flash as a gateway between the 2 pillars.
I think
You hit your mic,
yourself.
muted.
Fuck! I like your microphone, but you don't like when I get animated.
No, it does not.
Because you touched it.
Where'd it get cut off? Where'd I do the bad touch with the microphone?
The doors between the 2 pillars went.
Okay, so as the pillars begin to light up, a sort of magical doorway, a magical gateway essentially, begins to open up, and it looks, as it begins to appear, suspended in animation. What few things seem to be floating in there, which seem to be various insects, look like they are moving about as slowly as one would through flooded water. If you recall who froze the domain. And it is a number of smaller insects, isopods, things like that. And in a couple of cases, a couple of the largest, or in the case of our Australian in the chat here, completely normally sized example of a whip-tail scorpion. It's about the size of a dinner plate. There's a number of those just scattered across the floor line here, about as pale as ice themselves. Before, like a rippling curtain, something disperses through that field, and the gateway is open, while the rest of you seem to be, at least at the moment, not acknowledged in the slightest by the small gathering of creatures beyond this veil.
I'm just gonna gently pet the isopod. She's used to seeing them.
You go in and pet the isopod?
If it's one of the isopods I'm used to seeing around Piff, yes.
It doesn't really seem like it's his ilk.
Oh, okay. Disappointment.
Well, Piper and Angel, for different things, have been here speak with animals. Can we hear what they're talking about?
Okay, yeah. As you enter within, for a few of the creatures that seem legitimately conscious, it's very much, what has been going on? No.
Discord does not like that.
It doesn't, apparently.
So what is he saying?
Everything in here, for at least these creatures, for the most part, seems slowed to them. However, particularly for the whiptail scorpions and those sort of insects, which in other parts of the world are also referred to as vinegar runes, and these ones are, again, dinner plate sized, which is fucked, they don't seem to communicate at all. Matter of fact, as odd as it is, it's that it's like trying to talk to an empty jar. You feel part of your own sound, in a distorted sense, echo back as if whatever within is just hollow.
Can I have a question, Liam. Can I, one of those divers that gets rid of, those what do you call those lionfish, use one of those little pincer things and, literally pick up these vinegaroons and put them inside of a container?
Given that you are the cook for a fuckload of children, I'm going to assume that you just have tongs. So,
Oh, yeah.
sure, if you'd like to try.
Of course I'd like to try with my experience of swimming through salt water.
Avery has telekinesis if you need something picked up.
Well, yeah, we're gonna need these things to not move. Consider they're gathering around these isopods, and she's like, "These are actual creatures, and these are not creatures. These things are gonna go inside of the bag."
But just absolutely double checking here. Megan, you said you stepped beyond this barrier.
I am going to step beyond the barrier. If I need to grab them, they're on the other side of the barrier, right?
As you step beyond the barrier,
yeah,
the magical gateway into this pathway also itself disperses and just becomes an open ravine pathway in the actual cavern, leading further down. Where now merged with the same air you are breathing, these insects and various smaller creatures are still nonetheless slowed, as if they are trying to trudge through thick water.
I'm just gonna catch the vinegaroons and put them inside of one of those net bags where they can't get out.
As a note as well, you do see a number of almost aqua blue fireflies just kind of fluttering about and flying near them. And as you try to catch a gleam of each of these, you do notice more playfully drawn fey runes are actually on the backs of each of these little insects. And each and every single one of them seems to be dripping with water and reeking of the sea.
And is just gonna smile to herself as she collects these evil creatures and puts them in a
This is
bag.
environmental enchantment that he did to basically entrap this hag within her domain.
Do I catch these vinegaroon things and put them in a bag with like lionfish and the
easily enough, and they do,
water?
try to swipe at you, but instead of it being, it's very much. it's a moot point.
This is hilarious. I feel like an adventure explorer in old whatever Florida was. Angel's thought process after hearing all the stories of her brother.
Do you all want to explore this initial sort of cavern chamber a little bit more, or do you want to venture forth?
Sure, see if there's anything useful we could use.
I'm also going to try to talk to the isopods now that we're in the same space.
You are all moving very fast, just a few feet away.
I know.
What sort of things are you?
Good things?
We haven't aged in many an age. We've forgotten the difference between yesterday and tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Time is fluid and we've been drowning endlessly.
So you're a ghost?
No. But we can't die.
That's disturbing. You're not a
Venestra
dinosaur,
said,
dinosaur
Vi's
guy.
going to try find a very sturdy bone and ice.
Very sturdy bone. Absolutely. Investigation check. Anybody who would like to investigate through the scattered refuse and remains in the chamber behind you, you absolutely may do so before proceeding forward. That will be investigation checks abound for those who would like to.
She goes, I'm so sorry that you can't die.
Oh, that's sad. That was depressing. 17. Hold on. Come on, load my sheet.
We are ever starving and never sated.
32.
Why do you think the bones have been so clean?
17 plus 5.
17 plus 5, 22, and 32 for Venestra. Okay, so Venestra, looking for a particularly sturdy bone.
Wait, is there dragon bones in here?
There's Dragonborn, at least. And you, Venestra, do actually manage to find a fairly hardy, somewhat fossilized, if almost in a sense frost mummified, mostly intact white Dragonborn femur.
Ow! My femur hurts now.
Which might make for a pretty decent club. And actually, as a matter of fact, given how long this fucking thing's been here, and given that it's the only bone, even as old as it is, durable enough to fit that, and also what this place was historically, I will just say, yeah, bone of a forgotten soldier. You can count it as a +1 club, and it will deal an additional 1d4 cold damage.
Are you the kind? I think the question Ada goes. Are you the kind of isopods that have like lots of parasites inside of their mouths, or are you kind of the isopods that are kind of sweet isopods that live at the bottom of the sea? They do all the bones clean.
Why do you think all the bones in here are so clean?
So I was just looking around for anything in general that would be useful.
Anything in general that would be useful. Looking vaguely, just kind of as much as you can through the refuse. Let me see if there's anything really left over that they did not pick through or send back to their mistress.
Minestra said, well, that was unexpected. I was just trying to find a bone to use as a door wedge.
Oh. Well, you rolled really well and found a really good bone.
Yep. Or if there is any dragon remains, we'll find those. Yes.
I mean, you know where those are relative to this
Those are up
place.
there.
Yep.
Which
I'll look
actually...
for them.
Okay. High or low? In terms of finding anything left behind that's remotely useful.
Sorry, what?
High or low? You rolled well for me to roll to see if there is anything even left over.
I guess high, because I rolled a 62.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's an 11.
But
That said, you do find, like, leftover, at this point, like, petrified bits of leather and leftover pieces of things that, like, must have been scabbards and what have you. And you imagine that whatever might have been contained within these things have long since been sequestered away.
Ah. She's gonna pass over through the,
Gateway?
The gateway part is gone, and that's just been transitioned into just an open ravine pathway down further into the cavern.
So the isopods
You
are
can-
in like a ravine.
that's the
Yeah.
door frame. What is that called?
Oh, threshold.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. The threshold, and go, well, she's definitely got some nice shiny shit with her, so we're gonna get some good.
Question.
Absolutely. Yeah.
These isopods, if I use detect good and evil, are these isopods evil or good?
Well,
Detect good and evil, we have discovered, actually just identifies
in
what kind
regards to
of
some
they are.
bass-ackwards spell work in D&D rules, detect good and evil tells you what kind of foreign creatures are nearby, but then fucking divine sense will detect good and evil. When, by all rights, each of those should do the opposite of what they do. It's fucking weird. So I'm just gonna say that the spell does what it titles say it do.
Thank you.
Hold on, real quick.
Here we go.
Real quick. Let's see
Please
this.
don't do a spell check. Please don't spell check. Just do the thing.
I want to see if they changed it since Legacy. Like if
We could.
it changed.
We're
because
working
of
with the 2014 rule set. If they fucking swapped them in the new rule set just to fuck with people, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Let's fucking add it to FP House rules just.
No,
so
it's
we
not. It's
remember.
not. It's not. It's still the same.
Let's
What
add it
the
to
fuck?
Some channels so that it's written down some.
That's deliberately fucking confusing. I know what the fuck.
Oh well, I think there's an addition to this. You can also sense whether the hollow spell is active there, and if so, where.
Oh,
The
okay.
fuck is the hollow spell?
Hallow is basically making a temporary holy site, and it has a number of benefits when you do it. You can also do an evil version of it, but that's neither
What,
here nor
Megan?
there.
I mean,
So what happened, DM? Moving right along.
So, detect good and evil on these things. These don't read as good or evil. They read as neutral, unaligned creatures.
I'm gonna ask them, if I negotiate with you and I leave you a rather large carcass, will you eat the carcass and leave us pass?
We are forever hungry and never sated. We will eat whatever you leave us and leave clean bones behind. Always really clean bones.
I'm letting you know that she goes into her bag and pulls out what has been in the freezer for a while, one of those corpses that they market.
Which one? Which, by the way, fucking great for an anatomy professor. Okay, so I don't want to get a scientifically procured body for my skeleton, so I'm just gonna leave this body that I totally got by legitimate, not vengeful means with these isopods, and then I have something for class tomorrow.
She's gonna take out one of the demon bodies that they got from the abyss, and then she's also gonna take out one of
Are you
the
sure?
other bodies. Not really.
He said the words. Don't do it.
back pedal, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up.
Vinistra said, abort.
I'm gonna hand him some dire rabbit corpse, and then I'm gonna put it out there.
You sure about that? Yeah. Bye.
It's a skinned rabbit corpse. I needed the fur.
Much safer of an option.
Let's get it later.
I need the bones for a violin.
Though I don't mind a return mini fight, you know.
We cleaned the demon's bones. And now our hunger is that of the abyss, the ever-hungry
Okay, she pulled it out. She pulled out the
They
one
eat
from
souls
Arcadia.
now.
She pulls out the one from Arcadia that's just like, it is a rust-covered like carcass. It was supposed to be an actual like long centipedal creature.
Huh. You want some bugs to clean out some more bugs? Sure.
Yeah. I need the metal pieces off of them.
No, sure, totally fine. Yeah. Real quick, just to see how long it'll take. And generally speaking,
Thought
given
isopods were closer to crabs.
a little bit.
Yeah.
They're also referred to as, if I recall correctly, horseshoe crabs.
There's also
One
bottom
breed of them,
feeder.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's bottom feeder ones like crayfish, lobsters.
Yeah.
Roll-
Damn it, now I
Love
want some
me a
crayfish.
Giant isopod. Love a giant isopod.
In both cases, they rolled above 90. This will be quick. But it won't be done before you, before you guys are done.
I want
be
you
done
to
before we are?
enjoy this meal for being so kind to us. And she's like,
And now we leave.
And now we feast. But won't be full. And
If we find any more carcasses, we'll depending on the carcass, we'll feed you.
the pathway before you, up to a range of about 9 feet, unfortunately does become a little bit of a tryptophobic nightmare, as a bunch of these isopods surface out of these softened bits of ice and snow and immediately start swarming over that insect corpse.
Dang. Are we now in a different place on the map?
As you venture down through and into the ravine, it notably gets significantly darker. Furthermore, the amount of these sort of fireflies that are slowing things and distorting things start to thin. They're still here and there, but they're less frequent the closer to where you're going is.
Hold on, let me show you what I'm seeing, Vanashka.
I will say the visible map, there is no dungeon crawl map guideline for where you guys are headed right now. What is visible currently on Roll20 is not reflective of what you guys are currently actively dealing with.
I'm going to let you know that Angel is just walking she's doing the blending in with the stone thing, slowly moving and blending in with the stone thing. But she's crawling across the ceiling. It's very disconcerting.
It's all good. Now, as you guys are progressing, are you progressing carefully or boldly?
Careful?
Probably carefully.
Everybody roll me a stealth check.
Turn off.
Everybody roll stealth.
Everybody do the flop!
Everybody roll.
I do the flap. 19 plus.
19 plus 10 for Angel.
So many inspirations. I'm just gonna splurge here.
19 plus 5?
19 plus 12 was a lot.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to take these together for averages. So, before y'all reveal your numbers, let me pull up a calculator.
Okay.
Okay. So, again, Amber, it's 24. And then what for Bruce?
Oh shoot, I forgot Bruce existed.
I didn't think Bruce was
Yeah, we
coming.
did that for half a campaign.
Griffin is here. The thing is, Griffin is coming with us. Over
20 plus, let me see his stealth.
You want to bring the Chronomancer with you? Okay.
I told you he was bringing him with us because basically. he has
Vinestra
the whole-
said 38 for Amira,
22 total.
45 for V.
Okay. Plus 22, plus 38, plus 45.
$23 for Avery.
Not 20 for Bruce, 22.
Okay.
He's a big boy. He can't go anywhere stealthy.
It's all good.
Vanessa can at least change her size and become a small stealthy if she wanted
Let
to.
me pull up
Bruce doesn't have that
Griffin's
luxury.
character sheet real quick. It's been a while
It's been a while.
since I could hold my head up high. Alright.
Be as obscenely stealthy. Again, you can change your size to
Griffin,
fix
despite
that.
his history, is not the most proficient with stealth, but honestly, he's gotten
Passive
very...
stealth. What the fuck?
Her passive stuff is 36.
Alright, Griffin, let's see how you're doing, guy. 18 for Griffin. He's gotten comfortable in his years as a domestic wizard. He is no longer a soldier, and so has not kept the skills necessary as sharp as otherwise he might have.
Oh.
Alright, and then for Angel and Violet?
Angel rolled a 35. And Violet rolled a 38.
38.
Still
Epic
chase
levels
one.
make some skill checks look fucking ridiculous.
That's how it works.
Meanwhile, I forget to do stealth. I'm like, let's work on stealth. Nah. Everybody else in the party, let's work on stealth. My character's nah.
It's all
Now
good.
we're good.
Alright, let me go ahead and let's grab Halcyon and Nicodemus's. Alright, Halcyon. That heavy armor. Stealth is not his strong suit.
We got new armor.
He's a paladin. He's armored like a tank, but unfortunately, therefore, about as noisy as one. Okay, Halcyon might be bringing the average down to something relatively normal by comparison.
Can I give him advantage?
That'll turn it into a flat roll, so.
Mm.
But he got a crit. -1, so 19. And then Nick. Yeah, Nick didn't do too bad at all.
Is he one?
He got a 31.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay, then I'm gonna roll really quick for, of course, Xanon and Ravik. Ouch. 4 and 6. Which plus their modifiers does make it a little bit better, so. Okay, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8. 12.
Good job, Ren. Good handling.
14 people, yes.
Good God. Okay.
What was our average?
Average, which I'm also going to bump because of a couple of natural 20s, brings you guys out to an average of 28.7, so 29 for stealth.
Damn. We good. We stealthy. We sneaky snake.
And how do you know that Lilin and Griffin are in the party at the moment? Considering both of them have access to grind with this woman.
I don't have a sheet for Lilin. So she'll be at, I don't against number. If I do have a sheet for Lilin, it is not updated.
Nope, it is not.
Okay, yeah, with those rolls, nothing in the ravine seems to take notice of you. Although, notably, very much like the 2008 King Kong film, you notice a number of frozen insects, giant centipedes, giant spiders, grasshoppers, vermin, and infesting creatures of all manner, blending in with the ice, the icicles, creatures of rot that don't seem to take notice of you. eventually open to another chamber which has 3 split paths. One which seems to twist downward, one which seems to go up, and another that simply continues forward.
Where are the insects going? Little glowy insects.
In this chamber, with as cold as it is, with the exception of, weirdly, well, actually, in terms of chill, go ahead and give me a nature check to see where the insects are congregating the strongest of all 3 of the paths.
19 plus 8, which is a 20. 19 plus 8. Damn it. 27.
27, okay. All right.
So about all of them.
The leftmost path, which seems to descend further, seems to be where they are congregating the strongest, and it is notably where the strongest draft of all that much colder air is focused.
Isn't she where the colder air comes from?
She is one of many sources that affect this place, or at least that affect this continent. One of which is literally just its position along the hemisphere. But
I'm gonna follow the cold.
okay.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna follow the cold.
Bruce would like to smell this cold.
Give me a perception check with advantage for keen smell.
Mm. 13 plus 10. The other one was a nat 1, so.
13 plus 10. Okay. 23. You know, it's funny. The thing about cold air is that some smells get all the more intense within it. It doesn't get moved around as much like it would in heat, and so some scents become oddly stagnant. And with that stagnance, that is a word that sticks out to you, despite how cold everything is. The aroma of stagnant water seems to be perfuming the pathway that Angel is already trudging forth along. Whereas the path forward reeks oddly of strong acids, and the path to the right, very, very strangely, has the subtle smell of fresh-baked bread and grains.
I'm a relay that.
Alright, so everybody now knows what the dogs smell.
I don't know what that means, though. Dan, what do it mean?
Means whatever you decide to infer. The path that you are currently moving along, the leftmost path, smells of stagnant water, the centermost. Blah.
You said was acid.
Yep.
So, no, a JoJo. The other one smells like baked bread.
Mm-hmm.
Why bread, we don't know.
Would Violet know where they're going, considering she smelt that woman's house before?
Roll me a
go.
history check.
Mhm. 18 plus 10.
28. Okay. Yeah, especially with your personal background in this. You have some old memories in particular about not only this hag, but generally hags like this. You remember Ink, in particular, being led astray. After all, he was searching for food that wasn't his. And that bread smell in particular, subtle as it is, seems to be stronger the younger you are. And it might as well be a fly trap. Made to stop you and lull you. For those that would look to pursue, the straight, easy, and simple path is simply a death trap. But where that stagnant pool smell is, that's where any flies caught in the trap are brought down and beyond.
So Angel's figuring out that basically that's where all the bones are. Or definitely a lie. That makes sense. That's where she usually ends up anyways. Gonna piss her off if she finds all those bones though. Violet's going to literally grab the small gnome off the ceiling and say, we'll go there in a moment, considering I know what that is. That's what we're gonna want to go to. We need to follow where death leads. Does the stagnant water for Angel smell the same as that snail that lives under her area?
No. Fuck no.
Would her danger spidey sense be tingling at the moment?
I would imagine to some degree it is for everybody.
I'm talking about Angel specifically. Not Violet, not anybody else. Angel specifically.
Like, would this be dangerous for me being a god kind of spidey sense? Is that what you're getting at? Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
nothing strictly
Hello,
like that?
I'm actually God. I need to know.
Well, give me a vibe check. See if you can glean that from the vibe of the area, as that is one of the functions of that check.
With a natural 20. Thank you, Angel.
Natural 20. Not any more dangerous than it would be for literally everybody else here.
Angel doesn't want the godliness sucked out of her.
Not any less dangerous either.
I have a question. Having Aurelia with her, does Aurelia head towards the bread smell?
Now that you brought it up, hold on.
Yeah, you forgot she was here, huh?
Yeah. Bringing your child with you on a dangerous hunt.
She is. Very much.
She's
She's
big horse dragon.
I'm aware.
Giant horse dragon thing.
Yeah, her nose is immediately getting drawn into it.
She's going to literally run to Aurelia because that's going to be her danger sense.
Mom, it smells like your cookies.
She puts a cookie in her mouth, and now you have one.
But that smells like when they're fresh.
Bruce, hold on. Bruce pulls out from his bag the thing he uses to keep his kids from going around sniffing shit they shouldn't. Close boots.
She literally puts it. she's under her-
No, he makes them softer because dog noses are even more sensitive. So it's not like a ow, it's a oh why?
I like breathing through my nose.
You're gonna have to be a mouth breather for a hot minute.
Like
She's about
you?
14. I'm not losing you. We don't have time. Turns her hands over her scales. Let's go this way then. Considering I think this is where idiot Lady Wick's lady lives.
Which, as
Violet's
a
headed down.
particular note for ink specifically, he mentioned that this smelled like strawberries and cream.
And because Bruce is not a child, it just smells like bread.
Yep. Bread.
Bread.
Generally a nice smell, but not necessarily one that will pull you in like a cartoon steam. But for
Right,
some
I'm going
reason,
the way-
bread is fucking fantastic.
We're going the way that the nose leads, and she pets Aurelia's side. Let's go.
Okay.
Forward.
It's not red dragon bacon, so he's good.
Yeah, down the stagnant path.
No. Going towards the
The acid smell?
towards the bread, Joe.
Toward the bread.
I thought we weren't going towards the bread because that was the trap, but then they were taken to the stagnant place
Mm-hmm.
or where the flies go to die.
I'm so confused. Make up your mind where we're supposed to go, because that was the most misleading bullshit ever.
I thought I said that clearly. I apologize.
Nope.
Let me restate this. So, the bread-smelling pathway is the fly trap. The straight pathway, which reeks of acid, is to steer off any foolish pursuers or people that would try to take the easy path. And the path that smells of stagnant water, something otherwise generally repulsive that people naturally would not go down, is where anybody caught in the bread path is brought and taken. They are simply trapped in the bread smell path and then brought down into the stagnant water path. Does that make sense?
So she's down the hole.
Uh-huh.
Oh, how was it the right
Thank
the
you,
first
Mr.
time?
Trout.
I was the right way the first time. Okay.
The one angel was already headed to go down. And then I clarified after Bruce asked smell to be like, what did the path smell like?
That was where the confusion was. The re-description is where it screwed up. Okay, so we're all going down the stale path.
Mhm.
Going this way.
Dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel.
Dig a ton, dig a ton.
So it's two paths, not three.
No, it is three.
Three paths, and you guys are now going down the
Red,
leftmost one.
acid, stagnant water.
Yes.
Yes.
And then the other one's acid.
Yeah,
Yeah, so.
red, acid, stagnant.
Which
Oh,
in
okay, I didn't hear
particular,
that.
I will actually note for you, Bruce. Particularly, it has the aroma of old bile. The front path.
I'm letting you know Violet can also smell this.
Yeah.
Going down the acid.
No, stagnant water.
Going down the stagnant water path.
Oh, that secondary description screwed me over.
I apologize.
We're going down that path. No, this is not for you, my girl. This is Mama's.
The guinea pig has decided it's mine. No.
We can't eat hot sauce. We can't eat hot sauce. We can't eat hot sauce. You're not spicy enough.
They're not. Sorry,
Okay. Heading down the stagnant water path.
Okay. Yeah.
Here in particular, the fireflies grow all the more thin until they are all but entirely dissipated. There are still a few here and there, but for all intents and purposes, time is flowing normally. The further down the path you go. Here, You are now walking down a sort of narrow pathway where alongside you there are two subterranean pools that seem to have refused to freeze. Despite the sheer ungodly amount of ice caked along the walls here, the ice itself seems almost to be like a sickly off green, and the pools themselves gathered up seem to have that sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of pearlescent sheen to it. That in particular, for those who like to venture down into old human ruins, are indicative of gas spills and leftover fuel. The more you walk, the more the ice starts to become uneven, the pathway getting less smooth. It almost feels paved, like some kind of roadway begins to stretch out before you. The pathway itself gets wider, about 15 feet or so from end to end. As you continue down, you begin to find, even just slightly buried and stuck into the ice walls, the barest leftovers of old metal fences tracing along this pathway as it begins to wind and turn and go deeper, almost giving the sensation of going down a roadway toward somewhere, or honestly, down a driveway.
Driveway.
It continues down and down and down and down, further and further, distorted in a sense. You can feel where the pathway and even the rocks and geometry seem to stretch beyond what should be normal, where a small pebble seems to be almost a foot in its length, and the terrain here begins to grow distorted, contorted, and wrong. Stretched beyond normalcy and limits, much like how when humans slowly turn to hags, their own features stretch. Steadily, slowly but surely, the cavernway begins to open up. A much wider open expanse, and up above you, you can see countless icy stalactites barely catching the barest remnant leftovers of whatever light seems to filter in through the surface. And what light does come through is almost, in as harsh a sense as it is, like a bloated, drowned blue, bathing the space. Every little bit of light filtering in through the small stalactites and icicles like corrupted starlight above you. Long forgotten ice structures, frozen over trees, twisted and gnarled. Old bits of walkways paired up next to this driveway that you've been walking down. Forgotten remnants, at least in terms of the picture books and descriptions from Griffin, as Griffin takes in himself this own sense of uncanny, disturbed familiarity, frozen over sidewalks alongside these streets. Inlets to driveways that lead to houses that are no longer there. And at the very end of this pathway, a single pale white house, a picket fence painted with old white cobalt scales, and a lawn covered with growing, defiant green mold and mycelium. And that's where we're going to take our break.
I don't think we're gonna find any taverns down here.
We ain't Kansas anymore, Toto.
It's in Illinois anyway. Back to D&D. Yes. We're all a little broken down here. Now, who would like to share the D&D screen? Because I can't. I'm the DM. It'll show off information that you guys needn't yet be prudent to.
I mean, we can just start up the activity.
True.
You have to start up the activity, Joe.
The
Because I
activity.
can't even access it.
Whoop. There we go.
Is that gonna work? I thought Joe had to host.
I think at least if I'm hosting from the website side of things, you guys should be able to get in.
I hosted it. I switched his host.
Okay.
So now you are host.
So, Joe, I can get into my character, but I can't get into the actual map part. So I'm really confused right now how my iPad is doing this bullshit.
Maybe try going on the Discord activity.
Discord.
Why is it defaulting? This one still is the launch. Hold on.
Yeah, everybody else can see the
Oh.
DM screen. We won't be able to, though.
Hold on.
Oh. A pimple on my shoulder.
Oh, weird. Okay. Gotta default me over there. There we go.
Ow.
Why the fuck is Avery's token so big? There we go.
Let's see if I can get it on my iPad because it's not doing it. Did you start the activity, Joe?
Yes.
So why won't it let me do anything besides my character? Like, see, you're gonna be able to see my D8. Look, I rolled my D8. But I can't do anything. I can't see my character. I can't see the map.
Well, yeah,
So I
she
don't
did
know
have that little map. Just let her be out and about for a bit. Oh, okay.
The fact that you can't see the map is so weird.
This says this sheet is not fully optimized for mobile.
Oh, well, that's.
Oh, the character sheet.
None of them are fully optimized for mobile.
I have access to your sheet.
It's not the sheet that's the problem. I can't even get into the map.
That's dumb.
I'm just going to tell you where to move my character. So it's going to have to work that way. So awesome.
Do you want me to share my screen for you?
A screen share would be better in this case then.
Yeah.
I would feel really, really great if you did that. I would be very honored.
Here you go.
Oh, thank God. I want to act like a dingus if I'm watching somebody else's screen. Oh, there it works! Oh, shit. I can see the map.
On the activity, we have the tokens on there, but I figured the stream would echo back if I did the stream to the Discord activity, so.
Thank you for not. Thank you for not. Thank you, sir. How do we place our tokens on the field?
You drag and drop, which I've done for most of you so far, for those of you at least that have some.
Oh, okay. No, the character tokens are there. I was just scrolled.
They're up here.
Yeah.
Okay, I was in the wrong
You guys
corner.
can rearrange
Vinestra
yourselves in that
said,
sort of front area for
drag your
marching
name
order.
onto the map. I think if the DM does, we can't do it.
Oh no, it's fine. It's just
Really? That's fucked. Hold on.
Which one's this one? Who's this one? Oh, this one's mine. Haha, this is Brucey Boy.
We're gonna tint Bruce brown so that it's distinguishable from the other anonymous ghostly icon.
The other anonymous ghostly icon is purple.
How do we make our tokens bigger?
You drag it by the corner like you're trying to resize an image.
Testosterone.
It's an anabolic steroid.
It'll show up in small, like faintly visible blue things. Here.
It's a simple.
That can rotate it.
There's one at the very top that'll allow you to rotate. It's the like very corners of the image mounting box. Right here. Let me go ahead and actually.
I only see one handle, and it's a rotate one.
Why is Avery all the way over there?
Because I'm trying to figure out, because apparently you can resize it. I just wanted to know how, but I'm not convinced.
All right.
What's in that? Just anything suspicious. Oh yeah. I lost my security card. Oh, could you let me in?
Really quick, just make some basic generic combative ally slots for Halcyon and Griffin.
Who's that? This? This.
Cup plates and that. Notice any. Ah, yeah, you went on third. Later. Hydrogen. Yeah, because from test. The conference. It's full of tiny little subject. The compound.
Good lord, it's been slow. All right.
3.5 minutes, because lately 3 minutes isn't cutting it.
We're gonna actually BRB really quick just while we're getting this shit sorted out. Okay. Sorry about the brief BRB. We had to sort out some token shit. So, as all of you approach this white, slatted suburban house, everything in here bathed in that corpse-like blue light. Everything here seems poisoned and yet stuck in time. There are wispos that seem to radiate and ring off of every little slatted piece of ice. Here, oddly enough, absent most all of the insects that have been so very prevalent throughout the rest of the cavern, despite the sheer concentration of them flooding toward this area. It's at the entrance to it that all of you are stepping past, where they, too, have stopped and seem to want to progress no further. And here, as the whispers of insects die down and the whispers of other things grow all the stronger, it's infectious, addicting almost. An automatic instinct to want to hear what they're saying, and yet at the same time, something deep in the pit of each of your stomachs is utterly and completely repulsed. The whispers of children, men, women, elves, dragons, well, dragonkin at least, races of all kinds, sorts, times, and memories, frozen, and yet trying to whisper out what last words they might into an endless, hissing, angry cacophony rattling off of each and every ice-covered wall of the house, of the fences, of the ground beneath your feet, of the cave itself. The ice contains memories, and they long to be free. It's as you hear these rattling whispers that one voice in a soft, joyous cackle begins to rise above the rest. More little snowflakes to join my little winter wonderland. Every one that falls from the sky, unique in its patterns. Every one unique unto itself and like no other. Yet a couple of you I've seen your patterns before. Altered and grown though they may have been. Come inside. Step away from the chill. And ask unto me what you will.
Thank you. I'm sorry. That was my first reaction. No, thank you.
Oh,
See,
it
your
cut off the no, so I just heard thank you. I was like,
No,
sure?
thank you.
Thank you, she says. Well, let's do this.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Do you need any help building your stuff? No, thank you.
You're not my dad!
You're bundled up nice and warm, thanks.
Got a couple of ember stones in my stuff, and my daughter is kind of immune to the cold.
Oh. But I insist. As that voice drags out, cold fog begins to wreathe the entire surrounding area around the house. I need everybody to roll me a wisdom saving throw as the cavern itself shakes, and you can hear off in the distance, in deeper reaches of the cavern, somewhere beyond and yet close by, things shatter, break, and scatter.
Ooh, let's not accidentally spill this on my lap.
You can click and drag your character sheet to make it a separate window so that this one is the only one yet still captured. Probably best done with just the roll 21.
Vinestra said, "Don't forget Halcyone's here."
Yes. He's the yellow cloak man person.
Yes, and Halcyon can make this stop, considering the things that he can do with his own stuff.
Everybody, you get a +3 to your wisdom saves. You also do get a +5 from Xanon's general proximity as well.
Oh, goddamn. So,
5 plus
8.
3.
Yep.
Plus 8 plus my regular save. Plus 6. It's plus 14.
I'm letting you know. Angel's response is, no, thank you. No, thank you.
So Piper.
In the most tireless voice possible.
Piper's is 32 and Bruce's is a soft 20 because he rolled a 2.
He was like,
31 and 30.
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, so this is Grip of Winter. For everybody who got below a 29.
I got exactly 29.
Boy. Bye, Bruce. Bye, Bruce.
Wisdom. They said wisdom.
No. Another! I'm not gonna smash it on the floor like Thor did. No.
With a natural 20 for Angel and a 18 plus...
Natural
Yeah,
20s
just
do not
whatever
crit
for
saving
Violet.
throws make, so I'll still need the total.
Hold on, Joe. I'm having trouble getting to my sheet. You're like,
It's all good.
make sure you have this. I know that natural 20 can work. Stop.
Bye, Bruce. All I'm gonna say is bye, Bruce. Soft 20. Because you rolled a 2.
No. Bruce is charmed.
Bye.
Great! Wait,
Speaking of which, this is a charm effect. If there are any inherent resistances, you may roll again and take the higher.
let me do a double check. Hold on. Hold on, Hodor. Hold the door. Brucey boy, do you have anything?
So is Aurelia.
Nope.
Aurelia is immune.
What is Aegis's wisdom save?
Same as yours.
Okay, cool. Can you just?
And you should. And
Do I roll for him separately or? No?
Yeah.
Okay, do roll for him separately.
He's considered a separate creature to you, so yes.
Okay.
The natural angel. Let's see.
Xanon and Ravik are fine.
Is it 29? Okay.
Oh, wait.
29 on the dot. 29 is the DC.
Angel with her resistance. There's two different things to add to hers. Puts her at a 35.
Okay.
And then for Aurelia, she's immune to being charmed as a creature.
Understood.
So is Navarre. Navarre is immune to being charmed. Nicodemus has advantage because he's a changeling, I think.
Bye, Bruce. Somebody go punch him in the face.
We'll get to that.
Nick has a partial immunity. That's what I'm saying. He either has a partial immunity, and then he has the immunity tattoo that he has. We need it because we didn't want to get fucked over.
It was a 33. It's 29 Avery, 30.
I'll make sure it's filled up enough for you. The water. I'll make sure the water's filled up enough for you.
Fantastic.
I would turn it upside down, but whatever, like, minute drops that are left, I'm gonna pour on my lap. No thanks.
Scroll up real quick because there's some secondary traits that I gotta keep in mind. There we go.
Well. Ow.
Paper's not that useful. You can have like 16 windows open and then the windows lag and then people are pissed off.
Oh, Christ. I love epic level monster features. Okay. This is gonna be stupid.
I'm looking at your spot on my screen, but it really looks like I'm just looking that way for no reason.
What's everybody's passive perception?
Ow. 27. Ow.
Angels is now 30.
Okay.
27 and Bruce's is, hold on. Hold door. Hold the door.
13.
Bruce has a passive 18, not like it matters, he's charmed.
Vinestra said, 26.
Okay.
It doesn't protect mode, so I have to do the protection mode stats.
Wait, let me double check. Piper's. Hold on, hold door. Hold the door.
Piper's is like a 28.
Hold on, I'm doing the math. Yeah, it is 28. I'm dumb.
Mine's a 30.
Yeah, because I taught you the observant feat.
Yeah, you did. You spent the whole 2 years making sure I could do that shit.
You have more kids than me. You should be more observant than this.
I'm letting you know it involved a lot of tossing balls at Angel. Dodge!
Yeah. It was a lot of.
Don't you mean wrenches?
Yes,
Okay, one
total
thing I
wrenches,
need to
but you
double
can't
check
throw
to
it
make
on
sure
the
that I
ground.
pronounce this correctly. Don't redirect me to Reddit, you twat.
So I just have to like remember that I have the observant feat. Can't.
You add a +5 to whichever one you picked.
I know, but so I have to just keep that in the back of my head at all times, or have a weaker passive.
Yeah, I had to up my wisdom stats during the 2 years, so I
Yeah.
don't know how you feel.
'Cause, like I'm used to just looking at the stat and adding.
That's right.
Adding 10.
Yeah.
D&D Beyond, it automatically adds that +5.
Yeah.
Write it down.
I can write it.
That's what I do.
But am I gonna remember to look at it? Probably.
Okay, another thing
I had to
actually
train
that I
myself
need
to look at
everybody
it.
to roll for as that insistence goes out. I'm going to need everybody to roll a wisdom saving throw against Sheed Fear.
Does it matter if Bruce does because he's charmed?
He can be charmed
Or can
and
he-
afraid.
I was gonna say.
Immune to being scared. So my character's immune to being scared. Both of them are immune to being scared in their current states.
Okay.
I apologize, but that's the two things were charm and fear. Charm and fear. These are our two attributes. Charm and fear.
21 plus 19 is 40.
And fire.
So Piper's is 40. Bruce's is. What's 9 plus 8 plus 7? Or 9 plus 8
Oh my
plus 7?
god.
Again, this will
Fuck, you
be
might-
anybody who got below a 29.
What is that? Fiber.
Ministra said,
well, that would've been
is
nice to
frightened
know.
a part of the fear?
I mean, it'll apply the frightened condition.
Well, Bruce is contradicting himself. He's like, I'm scared to
Okay,
approach.
immune too.
He's like, I'm afraid to approach, but I must approach because I'm being charmed to. I don't know what to do. Ah!
Our two weapons are fear and supplies and a ruthless efficiency. That's all I can hear is all weapons are fear, supplies, and a ruthless. Wait, are two weapons.
Understood.
Fibers.
As you all approach, one thing of note. Many of the stars from the icicles above seem to drift off of those icicles and float down, gently surrounding the lot of you. Like a swarm of fireflies. Or a swarm of fairies. Fairy fire, if you will.
I have that.
Where's this going?
Vinistra said, nowhere good.
Oh, Bruce. Such a loyal hound. Why don't you come inside? Step away from the cold.
Is he still wearing that stupid collar that makes him immune, makes him stand still, that petrifies him if I hit it?
No.
Damn it!
Teresa
Why'd
took
you
that
take it off?
Teresa
Damn
took
it!
that with.
Why?
So nobody else can do it, but I guess she didn't realize this could be an issue.
If you get in here quickly, I promise I have a treat for you. That's essentially a command for you to use the dash action.
Does he have to?
You are charmed. Seems like a
Okay,
friendly
then.
suggestion.
Okay, he's gonna do what
From
he's told,
someone
I guess.
whom you feel there is no issue with. This is clearly
Is
just a
there any
person
way
who's
we
inviting
can
you
stop
inside from
this,
the cold.
DM? Is there any way that any of us can stop this, DM?
Bards do have a trick called counter charm.
I do have counter charm. I'm going to counter charm this bitch. I was waiting for you to give me my moment.
To finally use counter charm.
Okay. Counter charm
Not
does
like
have
I
a specific way it works, so let me double check here.
No, why don't you come out here?
You
It's
don't want the
delightful.
2024 revamp? Fuck you.
Vinestra said, "It's advantage."
So would that mean
guess
Bruce
we
can
want to-
re-roll it?
Yep.
You would be able to, yes.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had switched tabs. Stream was.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just do what you gotta do.
I'm gonna pull D&D Beyond tab into a separate window. So
That works.
Okay.
What did Bruce
It's
get this
still
time?
by Bruce. It was 26 total.
Still by Bruce. Okay, Bruce. You feel there is absolutely nothing wrong with running into this clearly very friendly old woman's house to get a treat.
But I'm tired. I want to walk.
Then by all means, you can walk. You just won't get the treat. You have a movement speed of 30 feet to work with.
Actually, Bruce has 40.
40? Oh my goodness.
He's a
He walks
dog!
far. He goes woof woof and goes a far way. I don't know how you don't remember these things, Joe.
If I dash, it'll be... Where's
We're in
the
epic
word?
levels. It gets to be a lot for my busted ass brain to keep track of.
So do I have to, like, go around the house? Or
Oh, no.
around the yard?
Front entryway is right where that blue pad leads.
Right here? Oh. Yeah, no, he'll be inside in, like, a dash.
In about 6 seconds.
In half that if it's a dash.
Yeah.
I guess he's doing what he's told because
That said, you are still very much in the middle of the pack. There are a number of people who, if they choose to, may be able to try and stop
yeah,
this.
that incurs an attack of opportunity by Piper, Amir,
Or in this case, a don't be stupid of opportunity.
Vinestra said, "Damn it, Pavlov, ringing that dinner bell."
Oh, I need to make I need to make an archfey that is just Pavlov.
Okay, so Joe, I need to know what I'm able to do here. Am I able to counter charm? Am I able to do anything now?
Counter
Are we
charm
done with the extra roll?
gave him advantage, which he still failed.
can I simply charm over it?
You should be able to, if I
You can
remember
certainly try.
correctly.
Charm over the charm?
Now, to be fair, it will just mean that Bruce will see both of you as highly persuasive.
You could dominate person.
That's true. I
He's
can do
already
that.
wearing a collar, so, you know, you're halfway there.
Yeah.
He has a collar, but it's not the collar we wanted.
That's not what we asked for.
Unfortunately, I
It's
am
not
just
dominate
seeing
person.
gray screen for the Forgotten Genesis preview.
So let me know when I can do this.
You can
Now,
do it
if
now.
you'd like.
Oh, I can't.
It's all
Okay.
We are free of a turn order at the moment.
That's
Oh,
that's
okay. I
that's the
didn't
whole
realize
that's the whole
that.
point, bro. I don't know what we're doing.
Do we need a turn order?
I do need to clear.
You know what?
I
Let's
didn't
let's
Vinestra
let's,
said,
let's do that just to
V is
organize
gonna
shit.
grapple Bruce.
Yeah, let's save Bruce and then we'll take.
Okay.
We'll see Vanessa get.
Vanestra's
What do
going
I
to
have?
grapple Bruce. Bruce, you can roll an acrobatics or athletics to fight this. Although this is still one of your friends, you may choose to simply allow it, although it means your chances of getting that treat is now fleeting.
If I
We'll
give
do
him a better treat.
acrobatics. Shit.
What if I give him a better treat?
1 + 2.
I don't know. That's a very persuasive old lady.
33.
Yeah, no, she grapples me. I try to like dodge out of the way.
You are the
but, like,
equivalent of a retreating stuffed animal under a football player.
yeah.
Can I use calm
dominate
emotion?
person.
Can we use the calm emotion stuffed animal to make him lose the focus of
Unfortunately, it
domination?
won't break the charm, but it will just make him calmly really want to go in there.
He's also frightened at the same time, dude. That's why I said it's gonna be conflicting for him.
Oh,
Wanna go
wait,
in
shit.
or
Yeah,
not?
no, okay, hold on. No, I shot myself in the foot. Because frightened means you can't willingly approach the one who frightened you. So you really want to go in, but can't move forward.
So I'm just gonna let Vanessa give me a big bear hug.
Yeah, no, this is the equivalent of naming your
Good
dog
timing,
Stay.
Neseo.
Shit.
Bruce is gonna look at Vanessa. Vanessa, hug me, I'm scared.
Yeah, I accidentally froze you in indecision by giving you two conflicting effects. Fuck. You know what? I'm not going to change that. I'm going to keep my blunder, and we'll say that because of Piff's bullshit, this lady isn't thinking straight.
I mean, it's also been a while since you've seen a person.
Not that long.
Okay, people who want to kill her.
Still not that one. Alrighty. And of course, welcome in, Neseo. Jump on Roll20 whenever you are ready. We have not gotten into any fights or anything like that yet. We only just got to the arena, so to speak.
We're on the brink.
It's already open.
Bruce is both charmed and frightened of the same person, so he's just like, Vanessa, hug me, I'm scared.
We'll keep that blunder cannon. Those are two effects that actively conflict with each other, and I made a fucking mistake.
Hey, we can say that's the reason why he rolled a 3.
Do I stay or do I go?
Do I stay or do I go? Vanessa is giving me a hug, okay. I'm scared, but I want to go in, but I'm scared.
How do I add a charm effect to the spell in Roll20? Because it's treating it like an attack, and it's not an attack.
It'd be a wisdom save, so whatever your wisdom save.
I know. I've clicked saving throw, and I've set it to wisdom. Then there's a plus field to
Let me see.
Hyper just, yeah. So.
Okay, Roll20 is taking a little too long to react, so I am unfortunately going to be unable to assist.
fine. Just do the math myself for now.
It's all good. In which case, either way, while I did already roll for you and you passed in both cases, Neseo, if you would, please go ahead and give me a charisma and then a wisdom saving throw against both charmed and frightened, which actively conflict with each other, so it just kind of freezes you in place.
I'm immune to both.
Oh, well,
And
there
if
you go.
anyone is within 30 feet of me, they would have advantage on those saving throws.
Ah, well.
I already had advantage and it didn't work.
So if you will check your text message.
Oh, I'm aware. Yeah, I was just laying out some initial effects when you guys arrived, you know?
Okay.
She's going to take advantage of whoever she can get her fingers on.
Awesome.
And unfortunately,
case,
she
fuck it.
shot her. And she just shot herself in the foot. With the only person who gets her.
Oh, sorry. If you're within 10 feet of me, you can't be frightened.
Unfortunately, I'm not near you. Within 10 feet.
I think I am directly next to you, so.
Actually, Bruce is within 10 feet.
No. Hold on.
That's right.
This. Who's this then?
The elf
Xanon,
is
yeah.
Xanon.
And if you're within 10 feet, You also get a +7 to your saving throws.
Yeah, it still wouldn't make it.
Okay, so you're just charmed then. You're not frightened, so you're not stuck in place, but yeah.
Oh, but I like that flavor context. It was hilarious. Either way, I'm grappled by the big Finestra lady, so.
No way on this.
All right, just waiting for everybody to get sorted. All right, Nessa, are you in, and can you move your characters properly? Because apparently there have been some small issues with that.
No, I don't think them together. I just only want Bruce. Why are they both together? Why? Why?
I don't know. Oh, okay, so you probably click and dragged, which means you selected both at the same
Vinestra
time.
said, if you select both.
Oh, I didn't. But I'm gonna be right here now, because, I got snaggled by the Vinestra. Who's the yellow right here? This.
That's Halcyon.
Oh wait, that. Oh.
Yeah, I can move.
That's the Yellow Ranger.
Okay, good. Everything's functioning. Good.
Oh, I can't move rapid though.
Oh, you can't? Hold on. Fuck.
No, I can't.
Okay, everything should be relatively functioning at this point. That said, the fog does still overall bathe the interior of this cavern. And those whispers, those childlike giggles, and that cackling continues and begins to rise and get almost overwhelming.
To what do I owe the returned visit? To what do I owe this accompaniment of new friends? You've gotten bigger. A great deal bigger than when I last saw you. Miss Evergreen. How's your little friend doing, the one with the black scales? I smell both his rot and lively new energies on you. Shame. I like my punishments to stick.
As the cavern once again rattles, you hear more cracking ice off in the distance.
I need to roll if she's intimidated anymore.
Defiant little children should take the punishments they're given. Should take them to heart for the lessons that they represent. Leave
Like
me
your children?
unbothered. Leave me alone.
Like your husband?
Fine things.
Like the smell of rot and hunger and need in the middle of a dry desert, no food. I've learned things about you too.
Sacrifices.
I heard what they did with you. I heard how they found you. Cooking your children. So classy.
So delicious. There's even one stirring in your belly. How soft the meat when the fruit is yet unripe.
Amorphous is fire and electricity. You'll never touch a hair on their head.
It was during the Dust Bowl, so everything was kind of a desert back then.
That's the whole point. She's making it. She has no food. Did hunger drive you to kill them? Or was it the madness because you couldn't feed them and they were all starving too? Or was it their incompetence in your mind? What caused you to break? What kind of postpartum thoughts decided to break your brain?
The ice in multiple places morphs into the form of a woman. Women, various ages, various states of twisted transformation. They were all gnawing, endless noise. So I silenced it and ended my starvation and their moans of complaint. In the end, we were all still close. More thunderous cracks in the distance.
All still close or inside of your nasty, gnarled, empty belly that still growls, and the only reason you can't get full is because of what you turned into.
Oh, I don't look to get full. I feed on the little joys and the power they provide. Old magics and legends, always rattled around in my family. Always. And the snow and the ice and the frozen hungers gave me a way, a reason, a doorway to open to powers that were mine to take, joys that were mine to slake,
Question.
appetites.
It's just a thought. Did you think that when you sent me into the abyss, that I was going to stay that measly mouse little child and eat my friend? Do you think that I had enough will to not do that? Do you think that the creature that's standing before you, that literally survived 400 years in that deep, dark space you stuck me in, is going to let you live?
Any will can still be broken. Roll me a wisdom save, Violet.
If it's against frightening, she is now immune to being that in vicinity to 7.
With a natural 20 on that save,
Plus.
it adds to, we're at a 20, we're at a 30 left.
30, damn it. Okay. More forms rise out of the ice, ink in various states of rot and decay, standing and stumbling toward you.
What are you gonna? She starts laughing. You wanna make me laugh? Is that what you want? I got to watch it. I got to smell it when I went to bed. I got to sing that creature to sleep as he died. in my arms. You think that's going to help you here? You think that's a good idea for you to do? Wow, you're so smart. You're so smart.
Okay, notably, none of you have moved really quick. Let's see here.
Hey, let Violet get to sling her insults that she wants. She deserves it.
Of course.
It's been
Let me put it to you this way. You can't impress me. I watched my father die. I watched my mother die. Your death will just be another slake on the slaughter of all the hags that have met my blade because of you. So you can thank those 30 to 40 hags that I've already killed by myself. You can literally thank you for their death.
Young things that didn't know how to fight.
They weren't young. They weren't smart. They weren't clever. And you're not either. You put my friend in front of me. I've already watched him die once. I'm not afraid of his death anymore.
Did you ever think about how cold his blood got?
She's going to use blood to ice. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
A 19 plus 12, so that is a 31, 32?
31. Okay. On a successful save. Damn it. Hold on.
And what do you know at this point? This is the point where she actually shifts into that big dog.
Hold on. Let me double check what can be done to you. Still. Let's see here.
What was that, Brick?
Fucking gnat.
Oh my god!
That's got me.
On any successful save.
It's been bothering me for the past 3 hours.
Look, I'll find it. I'll find it somewhere.
Okay, fine. I gotta wait for her to recharge that. Fuck! You feel your blood run cold, but not quite so cold that it's a problem. And it was gonna be a really big problem.
What do you know? She takes 2 steps forward, and as her elf form. I was born in the ice, bitch. I know what it is to have my blood run cold. But you don't know what it is to have yours burn hot.
More shaking and cracking within the cavern.
She's going to shift fully into that big old dog form, and she can see all of that violet coloring from the dragon in its full splendor.
Oh. How beautiful. That'll make for a good skin suit for my new friend.
As the ground beneath all of you, house included, shatters, and everyone begins to fall. I need everybody to make me a dexterity saving throw.
I am grappled.
I can fly.
We can all fly.
But I can.
Right, this dex save is to avoid damage in the sudden and rapid shattering of the ground. There's debris and shit to worry about here.
With an 18 and a 17 for both Angel and Violet.
Do I roll
that's their base dexterity save. That's
+7 if you're within 10 feet.
plus 10 for 8, or plus 7. So it's plus 10 plus 7. 17 plus 10 plus 7 plus 18 plus 10 plus 9.
Do I roll dex being grappled?
Technically?
Yeah.
Yes, because you're not pinned and paralyzed. You're just grappled, so your speed is 0, but you are still able to roll a saving throw against being grappled.
Would he lose a charm effect in the fall, considering it is a shock and a break of concentration?
If he takes damage from a failed save. Also, well, you know what? Fuck it. I'll count this as a jostling, so you may re-roll the saving throw.
I was also gonna say, also, I'm already in Venestra's hands. That's the issue, is like, would he have to?
You have advantage.
Yes, I know.
So, I'm going to let you know, I think both of the girls are above a 30 from what I just rolled.
16 plus
Okay,
10.
I'll just let everybody know above board to make this simple. This is an environmental collapse of the floor beneath your feet. This is not a magical effect induced. This is not a magical effect that is just being cast out by the Archfey. So the DC is significantly lower than what she normally does. It's 21 on the dex save.
So he breaks the charm because it's a 63. Or not 63, 36. Good God, I can't
36
math.
successful dex save, which means he doesn't take as much damage. And is able to reroll.
No, that's his charm effect being gone.
Oh, okay.
Vinestra said, V and Amira pass.
Very nice. As we now
Is it a
find
DC?
ourselves in an expansive cavern beneath.
So the DC was 21?
DC was 21, yes. Which most everybody should be able to pass.
Me and Ravi
Yeah. Bruce got perfect dex. He got a nat 20 plus.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I forgot the plus 7. We
Whoopsies.
passed.
It's an additional plus 7.
Yes,
From my aura.
Do a dex save?
To all saving throws.
Oh, it's all safe. 7.
As now at the edge of this far expanded sort of sublet of the cavern that you all land without issue, being far more powerful than she really planned on dealing with, you find this twisted bitch from your history riding on the back of a familiar set of bones from a lakeside encounter.
no.
It's head!
Yep. And clearly animated with the same cold and necrotic aura that seems to suffuse most of the rune work that was on the gateway.
So what
It
you're
was
saying
broken.
is it's a headless.
So, Vanessa took
Right.
time to break all the rune work.
Yes, on the gateway, however, she still has capabilities for raising things. The rune work just kept people from getting to her home. Does that make sense? Also generally possessed and made food of them in the process.
She also did a binding so it couldn't be resurrected.
This
Yeah,
isn't
but
a
it-
resurrection. This is simply animating the bones.
It's a construct at this point.
Essentially, yes.
It also has no head.
Correct. I did not have a version of that art without the head, though, so just
basically-
imagine there's no head.
So does it have the wizard's tower still on it or not?
No, this isn't the dragon turtle.
It's the white
This,
dragon
this is
under
the white
lake.
dragon that was beneath the ice.
But there's already a missing bone, so you wouldn't be able to fully animate it, right? Isn't there a
She-
rule about the animation thing?
She's animating most. There's missing pieces, of course. So this thing has limited capabilities, but it is basically a flying mount for her.
It can't breathe anything on us, so we're good.
Right.
No head.
A number of its capabilities are crippled. It is, however, granting her mobility, which is the caveat here. Does that make sense?
And I'm letting you know that Angel starts laughing at the top of her lungs. Aren't you stupid?
Okay, regardless of that, go ahead and roll initiative. Any ambiance that I tried to set up apparently failed.
+7 to your initiatives.
Dang it, we fought a white dragon last season. I am not intimidated. I am not intimidated by this.
Well, I was more going for like a Pokemon encounter theme, but
Dun 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 dun. It's the Cubone that basically died that they decided to try to bring back, but it was only partially there.
If you're within 10 feet.
And me, I should not be.
I know, I'm bad. It's like Marowak, but from Malawan. It's really bad. It was bad. It was a real bad move for me.
Where the fuck my initiative? On here.
It's right up in between your armor class.
Initiative. Got it.
You might want to refresh the map preview there, Rick. It's just coming up as a gray screen for anything.
Vinestra said, 25 Amira, 23 Vi.
Firefox trying to conserve RAM.
Okay, go ahead and put that in combat tracker if you would please. Thank you.
It is a 28 and a 28.
Cool.
For both girls.
All right, tiebreaker for them then. On it's allies. So actually, you can do a tag team.
Turn, so it won't matter.
Yeah, you can do a tag team turn because that's one of the house rules we have. Cool.
Lock them doors and turn them lights down low. Gonna blow some freaking bring all the snow. I am intimidated by the skeleton, but I'm letting you know Angel is giggling to herself like a crazy person. There's just a little giggling cackle in the background.
Now the only question becomes, is this a male dragon?
It does not have the soul.
Or
I previously
21.
filled this
A
thing with
literal bone
intelligence.
in between.
It is in this world. It is in this world.
It is. Oh my god.
It's a thing. It's a thing. You can find it. You have to find the penis.
That's what
Dragons
I meant. Is
specifically
it a male?
have actual penile bones because we based that off of the fact that evidently some reptiles do just straight up have penile bones.
Vinestra said, some species do have penile bones.
Yep. So does this one have it? Because that's going on my bone throw.
The one that you were
Bug
staring
bombing
at
this
beneath the
entire
ice and
room.
could not quite get to. Yes.
It's going on your bone throne, is what she says to Angel.
You know, Angel's face turns a bright red from that.
I only have 3, and they're not big enough to be the whole throne.
Of course, as it is just the skeleton, it is remarkably sleek. I'll put it that way. There is no musculature around it to give it definition.
It's not girthy at all. It's okay.
It's fine. We know this.
Why am I in the middle of combat prep talking about dragon dick?
Because I want to put it into the bone throne.
Because apparently we didn't us talking about saggy Dragon Balls in one episode was not enough for anybody else.
Hey, I only have 3 penile bones. And obviously they're not all big enough.
And it was more funny listening to Ramsey talking about he was gonna skin the skin off these balls and then carry it around like a sack.
And now, in the most
Vinestra
cursed
said,
conclusion
"Why
that
do
my
you
brain
need
could
more
make,
than
Dragon
3?"
Tales, the theme song, is now stuck in my fucking head.
Because they're not, the bones are not thick. And I'm making a literal throne out of these bones.
Angel's face turns a bright red.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
We're back to this, Joe. We're back to it.
Try to get through combat. Let's just try.
Back to the boss fight.
You know, I'll be happy if there's an attempt.
I'm letting you know that Violet literally looks over at this woman and is like, I don't know why she's
Gotta
giggling,
roll some
but I'm
initiatives.
guessing you're screwed.
Fine. In there.
Yep, all of them's in there. Although
Halcyon, my guy. 9 for Halcyon.
he's too busy watching. He's too busy admiring his girlfriend.
I'm letting you know that Violet's going to ask the I really want the answer
Look
to
at
this
you
question.
being
I
all
wanna
sure
know-
of yourself. You are getting boned so hard tonight.
That's just embarrassing. And it's just angel that Violet just looks over him like, you're so weird.
You could
And
have
then
phrased
just
that differently, given there's a literal bone up there.
Oh, it was deliberate.
Oh.
I'm letting you know that Violet looks over at this woman. I would like to know how do you want to die? I would like to know before I do it. How would you like to die?
Hold on.
Just you specifically. This is the only time you ever get to ask this. I get forget to ask this question, so this is the only one you get to get.
What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna use one of Nick's inspiration. That's better.
Oh my goodness. Are you
So,
serious?
23 for
If
Nick.
I can. She looks so. Angel looks over at Nicodemus. Are you serious? You have Navarre, and you're not just gonna drop float?
My brain turned off looking at the dragon bone. What? Why is it so skinny?
It's just disappointing.
It's no muscle around it for the girth.
Do not ask me to anatomically reconstruct it with my natural 20 for initiative. Because, of course, Time Wizard.
Please don't. Please don't.
Be a bone for my plans. Don't
Put it this way. White Dragon, do not reconstruct that thing. Do not do
Venestra
it.
I said, please don't ask me.
Baculums are just a support structure.
I'm letting you know Violet's going to get right up in this woman's face or right in front of her. I want to know how you want to die. Because it's not a question if you want, if you aren't or you are. Question is, how would you like to die?
It's Bruce's sheet. Bruce's sheet need fucking.
I want to know how she wants to die. Violet is literally determined to figure out how she wants to die.
80 feet away she is.
Yeah, I know.
So why am I bitching about this? I know exactly which window to put this up
We're
on.
like 85.
I can make it there. I've got 100 feet of flight. One turn.
Oh, wee.
Oh, wee.
Okay, there we have Halcyon. We're gonna go into beyond and then do into
Violet has like 120 feet of flight or something like that. 100.
Low-key teleportation right there.
Yup, that's because she's a big old doggo that's literally like 10 feet tall. So it's like, you imagine Clifford. It's Clifford the big red dog, okay?
The After
But it's
Dark
like a-
episode, Clifford and the Big Red Rocket.
Ew. Ew, Joe, stop it.
Never. No, I'm kidding.
I'm serious.
Ruining childhoods has never been so easy.
Stop it.
Alright, where the fuck are the sheets that I'm trying to get a hold of? Fucking hey, I have so many concept characters and I have to scroll through them to get to the ones I actually need to use. Okay, we got Griffin.
I want to know how this woman wants to die.
We got Nick.
Give him a minute. He's rearranging the thing.
Putting things together.
You should see his tab stuff. Like, it's like, there's like 100 tabs at the top.
Nobody needs to know that I can barely navigate my browser without accidentally closing something I don't want to close.
It's the job of a sister to give you shit. So I'm just saying.
Venestra said, 100 browsers only.
That's me being nice. That's me being nice, Venestra. That's me
Fucking
being
rookie
well.
league.
Okay, rolling for Dragon Bones. Naturally, because it's only bones, it gets a natural 2. Plus... astonishingly, for its stat block, 2. So fucking 4.
We get to take it off. We get to take it a piece by piece by piece.
Piper's just like, why don't you get creative with it? Why don't you get creative with it? Because green is not a creative color.
I'm going to fly over it, and I'm going to smash it down. I'm going to literally lift her off of it, and then I'm going to smash it down, just like a dog does. I'm going to fetch it off the top of it, and then smash it down. That's the whole goal. It's a goal. It's going to be literally, there's a head. I'm going to gently do what I wanted to do the other day, and I'm going to finish it.
Okay, then finally rolling for her.
Being not creative
Still
color.
checking if there's anything that actually applies to initiative rolls in terms of the side effects here.
Oh my god, Violet. You're turning violet, Violet. Oh my god, that line is going to be in my head forever.
Okay, nothing that strictly affects initiative. Good to know. Okay, so there's a very good chance that the monsters may not get a turn before they die. Crap. Well,
Yeah.
that's a hell of a modifier, though. Okay, hold the phone.
Green is not
I am looking at my phone.
Oh my goodness.
Where are my books? I need my books.
It
Where's
probably
my
should.
books?
Thank you for letting us use the map though, Brick, because it saves our lives. You've saved our lives. We're eternally grateful. But unlike Mr. Potato Head, I will never. Okay, we have Feisty Anita with 17.
Need a what?
All of this planning to make her intimidating, and then I've just got like, you know, at epic levels, you guys are immune to so much shit that suddenly her danger level is just.
It's just I'm
Fuck.
literally knowing if you'd have done. I'm letting you know, Joe. If this had been a fire battle, Violet's not good at fire. If this has been an acid battle, Angel's not good with acid. It's not a great situation.
Yeah, Violet, however,
Vinestra
is from the
said,
frosty place,
"You can
so
always
frosty.
add more things in."
I feel it would be dishonest.
I mean, you could. We could give you time. I mean, you could.
She is a powerful hag.
Yeah, you could literally just say immunity to this.
Okay, hold on. So, what stats she has does allow for some summoning shit, if I recall. Let me see.
Illusions, deceptions, and bullshitting in things in.
Yeah, I was expecting more of an expose of talking. I expected her to talk a little bit, considering she's weird.
Like, what if the dragon looks like it was fully resurrected, even though.
Well, you know, actually, to be fair, she's got a lot of defenses.
Hey, Brick, I put something in the memes for you.
Oh my god, that thumbnail.
Oh. Hold up. Once a day, face summons of. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on.
Fucking black cat.
I live in the shadows.
CR24 or lower. Give me a sec.
What?
Thank you for that. That was good.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
Go to the memes. Go to the memes.
This is gonna get dangerous.
Go to the memes. Go to the memes.
Bring it on, Jeff.
Oh, it's in memes. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Tools. We're just gonna use D&D Beyond's fucking encounter builder
Vinestra
to
said,
get some quick
I
references
yearn
here.
for the getting reduced to 0 horsepower.
Maybe I can manage it. Of course, my engine was kind of fighting to start with any horsepower there for a sec. Fuck.
So it knows abbreviations.
Kind of.
I haven't finished entering everything in my sheet, but I'll try.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know what? You might have a little bit of time while I try and get this shit figured out. Oh, migraine, don't start now. Don't you fucking dare. Nope, nope, no, no, no. We're gonna get ahead of this with fucking... Come on! I got all the things set up. I don't want to cut it short. Get in my hand, etc.
10:34,
Get out of the
Joe.
bottle. I already took one today, but fuck it.
Yeah.
With 2
Love
T's.
if we could get at least through one round. of
Scar
turns.
tissue.
Even if we're not finishing today, just to get that.
Deep breath, yes.
You know what? For the sake of adding some actual interest to the fight, how does everybody feel about, you know, just the full range of capabilities of the skeleton that she's riding atop?
I know that Violet's just. I'm letting you know that Angel and Violet are just looking at her like.
As it then grows
I
in a full
yearn for a
spectral head.
challenge.
I like surprises.
I'm letting you know the dragon fighter, the dragon who literally fought a fire dragon and literally fought a white dragon last season, who was a full adult who was basically kicking everybody's ass.
Good job, Rick.
She's not impressed.
Oh, fuck me. That scar tissue, that is harsh.
This is. I'm gonna share this in memes as well. There you go.
Oh. Okay. Astonishingly. Wait, how many CR-24s is she able to summon? Let's double check this. Because if so, she's gonna be...
Quit playing your hand out loud.
You know, I like to. I like to tell the plan because I'm trying to. I'm playing.
If you're saying it out loud, it's the equivalent of wearing reflector sunglasses to a poker game.
Just because you can see the bullet coming your way doesn't mean you have time to dodge.
I have 3 spells. I'm going to remind you. I have banishment in my pocket.
People and
Cannot
Violet are 28.
Maximum CR of a creature cannot. Otherwise, the same as. Oh, okay. So it's just one more. If I go that high. Or I could do 24 CR1s and get really crunchy.
You know what? Let's spread the difference and go like CR3 and see what the fuck weird shit I can pull out.
Maybe you should look at your Over Beast book and...
That'll give me 6 I can work with.
Well, luckily, D&D Beyond actually has reference to the Tome of Beast books now because they have it on the platform. So I can know which pages to pull up.
Yeah, it's like brought in a whole new marketplace.
There's a ton of bestiaries on the Google Drive.
Hallelujah. Alright, challenge rating we need
3 to 3. How many options we got? Let's go for some frosty themed stuff. The fuck?
Vinestra said, "Holy moly, the ancient evil has been defeated."
Huh? What happened? What to do?
Oh my god, Disney is halting the production. of
Disney's
live-action
halting live action remakes.
Hell
after
yes.
failure of Snow White at the box office.
Nobody's surprised, yet everyone's delighted.
We lost a pope, but we gained a success.
We lost a pope, and his last blessing into the world was fuck Disney live-action princess films.
Thank God.
Is it wrong to attribute that to him? Yes. Am I going to do it anyway for the giggles? Sure.
Still expect her to have more to come up with. She's really failing me right now.
Giggles of what the fuck? Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Swarm of what the fuck are you? Hold on.
It's not giving me the full fucking title.
I mean, I'm happy to have a break from it at the very least.
I'm sending this. I'm sending
Have a
this
break,
to
have a
Sarah.
Kit Kat.
Swarm of what the fuck are you sounds like a fun spell.
Swarm of what the fuck are you? Incomplete and unstable wild magic spell. Cast it out and find out what happens. Are they angry at you? Who knows?
Allies or foe?
Or are they
Rick,
just
I hope you
confused
enjoyed the
because
last
they were
meetup
taking a
on
bath
the-
not 2 seconds ago? Swarm of commoners. What the fuck? I was at a dentist appointment. My mouth is bleeding. Yeah, go fight that guy. What?
Middle of, like, open heart surgery.
Swarm of liquored up rednecks with shotguns.
Okay, so that's CR30 by default.
What is?
A swarm of liquored up rednecks with shotguns. That's a campaign climactic threat right there.
No, it's not. We're good.
To set the tone, you hear a bunch of
Someone's
rat-rotted
dying,
trucks
no
on the
clue
horizon.
who, but someone is.
He is.
Swarm.
Like Tennessee redneck or Florida redneck?
Oh, Florida. That's why it's so high.
No.
They
it
get
needs
into
to
all
be
kinds of
Texas
crazy shit.
redneck. No, we
No,
need
okay.
to do Texas redneck.
The Floridian and Texan redneck bred, and now we have a nightmare.
Uh-oh.
No. Wait, that would be me.
Are you
Super
sure?
redneck.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah, my dad. Yeah, I'm a mix.
What happened? What I missed?
We're talking about hybrid rednecks.
There we are. Okay, okay. You know what? Actually, this shit makes
Piper's
sense.
face.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's the lore on you guys? Yeah, that makes sense. These. Okay, cool. Alrighty. I'm gonna grab the snipping tool. As she's able to summon out 8 of these, which are technically more than 8 in and of themselves, but still.
This is also going in means. There you go.
Shove this in session art real quick. Oh. The slough swarm. The legless flocks. However, for the sake of flavor, these fuckers look like a bunch of wraith-like dragonborn and kobolds.
Oh, that's delightful. Totally delightful.
look at the session art.
Real quick, I gotta copy that and drag it into token stamp. Or actually, I don't have to. I think I can just paste it onto Roll20, but...
Oh, it was the beginning.
Ow. Ow. Fucking scar tissue paint.
That's another reason.
It's being a fucking bug.
They're not that scary. They're cute though.
Improv it being performed,
I love it so much.
so. Like, the comment didn't even say it.
But still did animate tiny dragons on tiny pies of board.
Okay, I realize how I have to do this. I gotta put it on Discord, and then I can download it from there, and then I can blah, blah, blah. Ugh, fucking using the snipping tool is so weird. So,
Yeah, I get why the first one's in NSFW memes, but why the second?
Yeah, that one makes sense to me.
alright.
Okay.
Save image as. Fuck. WebP file. Fuck.webp.
I thought you were gonna save it as fuck.
Token stamp. Drag and drop. It's a fuck swarm. It's not, but fuck, it hurts.
I have no more fucks to give. My fucks have run dry.
I went to go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left.
Vinestra said, "Why did a fuckworm make you hungry?"
No, I've been getting steadily more and more hungry over the last 4 hours.
Sure, why did you get food? I said while yawning.
Because I had half of Easter chocolate bunny shortly after we started. So that held it off for a little bit. Now it's gone.
There, it's downloaded, and now we drag and drop the new download onto the field. And voila,
It's
it looks so fucked.
a pretty low one.
Well, what's the size of you guys? Medium. Okay, you're fine. Wait, why did I drag you on the GM?
Be right back, grabbing snack.
Put,
Is this gonna be a long night? I have a question, Joe. Is this gonna be a long night? Am I gonna need to go get another snack?
It was designed to, that's why we started 2 hours early.
Yeah, but we.
That said, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you guys fucking nuke this shit, like, super fast. And sometimes it drags out. We'll see how it goes.
You know, I'm gonna go get a snack. See if it makes us go faster.
Hey, we haven't even gotten to the attacking part, so we can't nuke it.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't know that. You don't know that. I might already have these in my pocket. I've been holding for months.
If you don't remember, I have fuck you moths.
Okay, the
I also
walking
have-
speed does not matter, because that's not going to be employed here.
Also, I might get fuck you fireball.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, well, fuck it. Why not? Why not have one just get summoned right fucking next to you guys? I think that's all 8 of them.
Get a pupper.
I'm out for the dragons.
I'm not gonna do fuck you, Firefly, so we're just gonna go. Whoa. 5E.
You know what? I have their stat notes right here.
Oh. So the only thing I need to track on the tokens is the HP. Ah. It's all functional. Ow.
Vinistra said, back.
Welcome back. I'm gonna roll for the swarm. Well, actually, summon rolls.
Do they get their own turn?
Summon flow. What's the spell working on?
I need everything for that in half. Get my money, no.
On a sofa.
What did you do? Hit my funny bone on this.
Okay,
Oh,
there's
they
the
show
hard
her initiative
object.
count. Okay, cool. That makes it easy. Yeah. But they take their
Was
turn
about to
independently.
go how hard DDIYOU smacked the sofa.
DDIYOU? What?
Color code these fuckers. That one's the red one. That one's the blue one. That one's the green one. That one's the yellow one. That's the purple one. That's the pink one. That one's the yellow or yellow one. And that one's the blank one, which luckily amounts to set to 8, so that works out.
Ooh. Hello. What are you?
I get super energetic for a fight, and then suddenly my body is trying to attack me. Ugh.
Why are giant moths
Must be a
have
Tuesday.
more damage than a bird? The fuck? Don't listen to me.
Vinistra said, have you seen a giant moth?
Okay, field's laid out.
That thing fights Godzilla.
And no new initiative rolls are necessary, which is great. Fuck. Okay.
Does it fly? Does this fly? It doesn't say if it flies or not.
Okay, combat tracker. Woo! Angel and Violet, you're up. Amira's on deck.
I gotta see what the map looks like.
Someone's got to restream because the activity won't work for it.
I'm coming to refresh it. What's wrong with it?
The stream is no longer good. So,
Oh, that's right, because I'm on my phone now. Yeah.
oh, how fucking dare you? I'm kidding.
I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just heating something up in the microwave, and my headphones get wonky with the microwave and the Bluetooth.
Why would you heat up your headphones in the microwave?
No, the microwaves come out of the microwave.
Oh god, I'm pain
and-
drunk. Okay, cool. That makes more sense.
Zippity's the Bluetooth signal.
Still haven't found my tiger bomb. I know it's somewhere stupid that I've overlooked like 60 times. I know that for a
tends
fact.
to be what happens.
This pain, for some reason, just throws my object permanence out the window, which is ironic, because in order to remedy, or at least try to remedy the pain, I need the fucking tiger bomb. Okay,
What? You talking about the dirt man?
Vinestra said, while we wait for Brickhill, stream it.
Angel and Violet are up with a mirror on deck.
Mm. And it's Feisty Anita and the Summons going at the same time, so let's call that Feisty Anita.
I am going to do my flight thingy and fly over everybody.
I'm about to send you something. I want to know if Piper has seen this creature before.
Oh, okay. That's adorable.
She's gonna fly up right into this bitch's face.
Want me a high or low for that, for an answer to that question?
I rolled a 42.
That's a gimme, you got it. Oh, man.
So that's the question, Joe.
Angel's going to what? Sorry, brain been.
Violet is going to go first.
Yes.
It's pretty easy. She's gonna fly up in this bitch's face. She's gonna fly over everything.
She is also in flight, so we'll need to tack on another 20 feet to that distance.
Yeah, no, I get 100 feet with my flight.
Okay.
This bitch is dead.
He's dead.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna try. I'm going to go ahead and do a mithril breath straight onto this thing since I know what it looks like and I've been practicing it. It's one of the only things that my characters can do is change their breath style.
Okay.
What can you do? I can change my breath style. What can you do? I can change my breath style. That or I can roll a d4 for what comes out of her mouth.
Up to you.
That's an up to the DM question, not an up to the player question.
No, it's up to you. I'm giving you the purview.
I am going to take... I'm going to make this woman take radiant damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
And what is the
radiant
CDC?
damage.
Because it's not just damage with no save.
I know. For Violet with this spell, it is a 25.
25, fantastic. Hard to breathe. Okay. What kind of saving throw?
The wisdom saving throw.
Against a breath weapon?
Isn't that what it is?
It's Dex. Usually. Against an incoming breath weapon? Yeah.
I'm still treating it like a spell. Hold on. I'm treating it like a spell. My brain is doing the thing. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, cool.
I think. Right? Am I wrong, Vanessa? Dragon breath?
Dragon breath is typically dex.
That's what
Right.
Vinestra
Minimum.
said, Dex saving throw.
gotta try to hop out of the way a little.
Yeah, cool.
So get off that thing, bitch.
Get out the way.
Away. Get out the way. Oh, get out the way. It roll 5d6 damage.
Okay, so her saving throw is a natural 20 for a 41.
I'm gonna use lucky. I get 3 of those a day, bro.
Makes for a 35. She still takes half
It's
damage.
still gonna hit. It's still that monster that she's on right now is still gonna have to roll.
Yes. She still takes half damage from the breath, either way.
I feel like a monster of that size should have like a negative modifier.
It is also a dragon, however. They are known for being able to avoid the breath of their compatriots. To a lesser extent in this
Okay.
case, which honestly understandable. That is a 22.
Hold on. $25 points of radiant damage straight to the face.
How many?
25 points of radiant damage.
Okay, halved because she succeeded on her save, down to 13. And then astonishingly, the damage of radiant light does not seem to burn her as much as you'd expect even through that.
Good. We learned what you're immune to. Awesome.
I said as
And
much.
sounded like
Vinestra said, Don't forget to move Violet's token up and make it bigger.
Joe, can you move it, please, and make it bigger?
Yeah.
I'm going to cause so much damage now, because I've been ranged to get her now. I gotta put the best.
Okay. Gotta make the violet token bigger.
You want water? You get a baby some water.
That is a little too big. There we go. I think is that right? I don't know.
Vinestra said, She was doggo size, so same as Vay.
Yes, which is a 2x2, correct?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, did I accidentally 3x3 because I can't see my fucking grid?
no, it looks like it's 2x2.
There we go.
Yeah, you can.
Let me change some settings so I can actually see my goddamn grid. Let's make it like fucking red or something. That way it'll be visible against all this goddamn blue. There we go. Looks a little grosser, but at least it's visible.
Vinestra said, "Angels go."
Angel, you're up.
Did Angel notice that she didn't get as hurt by the radiant damage?
It was kind of obvious.
Okay.
Looked less like a searing assault on her very existence and more like a mild sun irritant.
I'm letting you know this is what Angel does. I'm so sorry. I try not to laugh so hard.
Okay.
Angel's gonna use Dimension Door to open up a hole underneath this woman. Or like right by this woman, and then shoot a fire breath underneath her skirts.
Oh. Fun. She's going to... Let me see here.
That's a bonus action. Breath is a bonus action for Angel.
I hate to do this to you.
You hate to do what to me?
She's going to absolutely counterspell that.
I can counterspell your counterspell if you need me to counterspell your counterspell.
You
But I
are
can't do
dimension
it at the
dooring,
same time.
unfortunately, which means you are out of range for your counter. Well, actually, she's out of range for her counterspell. Never mind. Fuck. Dimension door, the unseen range extender. Shit. Never mind. Okay, fuck it. Yeah. So Dex save for fire breath. Let's go. Oh god. All right. How's a 40 do you?
As a lucky goes at it? Let's try it again, shall
I'm
we?
rolling so... Okay, you got one luck left.
No. Each character has lucky.
Oh shit. Okay, well. How's a 38 do you?
For Angel's spell save DC?
Yeah.
Or for...
I guarantee at this stage it's not that high.
Well, it is a 30 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make her roll one more time.
Okay.
One more time again, bitch.
Now you got one luck left for Angel.
No. I only use luck once for Angel and once for Violet.
And you're having to roll again.
So yeah, now I get one more left for Angel.
Yep.
I'm keeping track of a DM, I got it.
How's a 33?
Am I still standing next to Xanon?
He doesn't increase your spell save DC, unfortunately.
Dad, alright.
He doesn't buff your casting ability, he just bolsters you against the casting of others.
Noted that she's pretty high.
And the stream in.
Why?
It's kind of fucked up, you. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, Joey.
Vinestra said, "Avery's streaming it."
So, yeah, Angel's just gonna... She hasn't done that
So
before.
you
I've
can
never
still
used
roll
the
damage,
dimension
and
door.
that'll be half damage for the success.
Fine, let's see what damage we've got.
What? It didn't hit, and you're like, okay, well, fuck. I'll just retract the breath, and you get a hot, like, oven blast when you open it in the middle of a cold day. It'll wake you up for sure.
She's gonna take half of 29 damage. Yeah.
Half of 29 damage, so rounded up, that's 15. Cool. Cool.
Does that one make her hurt?
Well.
We're gonna figure out which one makes
A
her
little
hurt.
bit. It seemed to make her mildly crispy.
Is it worse than the radiant damage, Joe?
It did more to her than Radiant did, yes. Direct fire seemed to be more impactful than the light of the sun.
Kind of funny because the sun is very, very hot.
I imagine she would have some kind of sun.
I can literally, at one point, there's a spell that I can literally turn my character's body into an inferno.
This pen doesn't want to ink when I'm trying to keep track of.
You're gonna turn into Jack
HP.
Jack.
There we go.
And Angel can turn into Jack
Also,
Jack for
why
2
the
hot minutes, but her hair falls off.
Fuck, am I writing it down in there when I have it on the token? Good lord.
I light myself on fire and I will live.
And I'll also roll it for the dragon. I'm assuming you were also trying to hit the dragon.
No,
Nope, just her. Okay.
no, just her.
No 2-for-1 special?
Let me say this way. I'm letting you know I'm putting a fire under her ass. That's a literal fire.
Okay, the dragon's also under her ass.
Yes, but the dimension door was
I will
like
say
in
I
between the dragon.
can't. This is. I will say there's not enough space. I would say for me to allow you putting a dimension door literally between her ass and a saddle. That's a little too fine.
Okay, I'm going to say this. To think about it, there is a saddle, so it has to be under the saddle, but not touching the dragon.
That's
Vinestra
functionally
said,
impossible.
"It would also not be in sight."
Aside for Angel, she's floating.
Under the saddle?
The
No, you can see
dimension
behind
door
somebody.
doesn't require sight.
No, it doesn't.
Oh fuck. Okay. Okay. Fuck it. I'll allow it. I'll allow the hairline dimension door. What the fuck?
I wanted to catch her on fire, Joe.
Light a fire under her ass. Get her to wake up a little bit.
I'm also
You
completely
hurt some
forgetting to
fucking-
use her legendary actions. Christ on a stick. Alright, hold on. I remember a couple of fights where I did that.
Is a mirror up?
A mirror should be on.
She's
Yeah.
about to be, but legendary action's gonna go off first. Let's see here. Oh. Actually, at this range, it ain't gonna work. But, oh, yes, 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 yes.
You good?
Reaction.
I'm looking at it.
Where's my
fucking roll?
Could you not? Violet and I are having a private conversation. Curse the flames. She's going to use as a reaction.
Okay.
As I lose track of the fucking window. There it is. When a creature makes an attack within 120 feet, she can use reaction and one legendary action. Oh. Never mind. It's a really mean fucking tactic. But no, I think she's focused. I absolutely could have used this on Violet. Never mind, she's saving her legendary action. I need to read all the way through it before I say she's about to do a thing.
Yeah?
Okay, I'm gonna send you a message, Joe, and Amber a message. Okay.
What did the guinea pig do?
Well, bet you can legendary action for a spell. Hold a fucking second.
Oh. Yeah, she's gonna try and feeble mind Violet.
Go ahead and try. I remember there's a safe BC and there's a reason it doesn't work on Violet.
Vinistra said,
Make an
but Joe,
intelligence saving throw.
Violet is already dog.
Violet is smart dog. We're trying to turn Violet from German Shepherd into boxer.
I think that is going to happen. Nice try.
So first things first, you do take
For cat
17
owners out
psychic
there,
damage.
that's an orange cat.
Amber, did you see my text message? My message? So, it did have a safety, does it have a DC save?
The
Something.
psychic damage just happens. However, make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, so is it a charm effect or a charm spell or a magic spell that involves psionics?
Not strictly psionics.
Is it a mental spell, Joe?
It is a mental spell.
This is an amethyst dragon. They do have immunities.
It is a mental spell.
Okay.
Roll me an intelligence saving throw.
She's ironing out Violet's brain wrinkles.
It's a natural 20 for the save.
Plus?
For Violet, for her intelligence save?
Yes. 20 plus what?
20 plus 8? 28?
28. Okay.
If... Oh, wait, no, never mind.
I think that's right. Am I wrong, Amber?
No, you're right. I was gonna say, oh, but you get the +3 from Halcyon and the +7 from Xanon. No, they're too far away. You're a wee bit too far away.
Because her baseline is probably 6.
Her baseline DC is 29.
Okay, but you didn't tell me what type of spell this is, Joe.
Feeble Mind is an enchantment spell. That does have mental effects, yes.
So I'm half immune.
Huh?
There are certain spells with my character because she is a amethyst dragon that don't necessarily completely work. There's immunities that she gets from how we've written her. There are certain spells that don't work, if I remember correctly, but I'm not sure. Hold on, let me look up. Let me go get my book, Joe.
Okay.
I thought immunity was right.
It's not the same thing. It has you have either partial immunity or immunity.
Also known as partial immunity is resistance.
Oh.
You have resistance or immunity. But I can't remember. Let me look at the amethyst dragon again, because I have to remember, because she's immune to certain types of enchantments and charm spells. Because all dragons are immune to certain charm spells. And it's how we wrote her, so.
Nice emails. Brick, I can see your emails, guy.
I have a resistance to psychic damage, Joe.
To psychic okay, so you take half of the psychic damage.
That's right. I'm also immune to being frightened or prone.
Okay. So you go from, I believe it was 17 psychic damage?
It's fine.
To...
The half.
Yeah, rounded up, that's 9 psychic damage.
That's fine.
Alright, the spell save DC for Feeble Mind was 29.
She didn't make it, she's fine.
On a failed save, the creature's intelligence and charisma scores become 1.
Okay.
The creature cannot cast spells, activate magical items, understand language, or communicate in any intelligible way. The creature can, however, identify its friends, follow them, and even protect them. At the end of every...
Says counter spell. Bruce is a warlock.
Vinestra said, 30
Counterspell.
feet.
30 feet. Actually, I think it's 60 feet, isn't it?
Make sure your family is protected.
Bruce can also fly, but he's got not to.
Also, Feeble Mind can be cancelled out by Greater Restoration, Heal, or Wish.
It is 60.
Oh, for counterspell? Oh, okay.
It's fine. That's not the smartest thing she's ever done, Joe. You just made her more dangerous.
The hag doesn't know that she just did that to a barbarian.
You should know.
Where
You made her
barbarian
that way.
now only swing.
I don't think only bite. Ah.
Well, that means she lands on top of this thing. She can't activate fly, she's gonna land.
Do I have greater restoration? Do I have greater restoration?
Joe, I need you to her to take
Well,
4 standard
Piper, if you
attempts.
heal Violet, it will work too.
Violet's just landing on top of her, Joe. She just screwed herself over.
Okay. That was her legendary action, so now Amira is up.
Oh, I do have
Joe, how much of a no fun allowed bastard are you okay with me being? Also, how
okay
high
with
up
that.
are the dragon and hag?
Right now, they're 20 feet
And
up.
Violet.
Go nuts.
And Violet. Violet is now on top of the dragon.
Which I don't know why Violet's token is, like, not on it. Yeah.
Violet was flying over her when she hit it. She wasn't gonna miss. She's pissed off and she's tired of being struggling with this bitch. Needs to be in the ground so no other child has to deal with her. Sorry for the argument, guys, but like there are things she's immune to, and I'm like, I have to go back and look at every single thing because all of our sheets were like so scrambled.
Things get complicated at epic levels.
Vinestra said, Amira is going to fly up and cast Rune of Imprisonment.
Remind me what Rune of Imprisonment do.
On the dragon.
On the dragon, okay.
Alright. Says you trace a glowing black rune in the air which streaks towards and envelops the target. Make a ranged spell attack against the target on a successful hit. The rune absorbs the target creature, leaving only the glowing rune hanging in the space the target occupied. The subject can take no actions while imprisoned, nor can the subject be targeted or affected by any means. Any spell durations or conditions affecting the creature are postponed until the creature is freed. A dying creature does not lose hit points or stabilize until free. A creature adjacent to the rune can use an action to attempt to disrupt its energies. Doing so allows the imprisoned creature to make a wisdom saving throw. On a success, this disruption negates the imprisonment and ends the effect. Disruption can be attempted only once per round.
Okay, Ghost Dragon gets a wisdom save. Gotcha. Fuck. That was bad. That was a couple of bad rolls. All right. And I do say a couple because even in its undead animated state, it has advantages against magic, and I rolled shit for both. Let's see.
Nice.
Fuck.
Vinestra said, that's for only if someone slaps the rune.
Oh, so it's just there's no saving throw initially, it's just caged fucking outright.
Amira rolled 31.
Oh.
It has to hit.
Oh yeah, no, 31 hits.
Into the pokeball it goes.
She gonna fall.
Did you just Pokemon catch the dragon?
And the hag falls.
Fuck. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna.
Violet.
Oh God. Okay.
Oh, Violet.
Shit. All right. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, no. Looney Tunes shit. For a moment, the platform disappears. Doesn't realize there's no platform until she looks down and proceeds to fucking fall.
So Violet is falling on top of her, Joe, at this point.
Yep. Yep. Brainless psycho monster version of Violet is falling on top of her.
Do I get an opportunity to attack because she's gonna exit my sphere of existence for 2
No.
seconds? Damn it!
Unfortunately not. An opportunity attacks only proc if the creature willingly
It has to be
exits your
willingly
space.
move away.
Okay.
It's like
Now-
Avery has a.
That said, it would be a really cool tag teaming tactic to shove an enemy out of another player's space so that they could bitch slap him, but that could get abused so fast.
When you roll a dex save, DM?
You guys are only 20 feet up, but acrobatics actually I think is what it is to kind of avoid damage from a height. So go ahead and roll an acrobatics for me. The hag will also do that.
Can I strategically fall on top of her?
That'll raise your DC on your acrobatics. Go for it.
Okay. And is it 27?
27, okay. Alright, this will be basically contended by her acrobatics. Whoa, shit, that's a mod. Fucking God. This bitch has a...
All this happens over a
She's
span of
that
6
ugly, and she has a
seconds.
positive modifier that high. Okay, apparently this ugly bitch did gymnastics when she was human. What the fuck?
Stats don't make sense on this thing, Joe.
36! Jesus! Okay, you are still right fucking in front of her. She barely manages to get out from under you, though. And she is starting to realize the feral monster that she just turned you into.
She's a motherfucking dumbass. Although no one's really that surprised.
I have a question. Does she realize that I've eaten flesh before at this point?
She watched with glee.
No, if she watched it, how
That
fucked does she
realization.
think she is right now?
She's still
She's
pretty
taking
confident
down.
in her state. But we'll see how that changes, because right now she hasn't taken much in the way of damage.
Alright.
Alright, so that was Amira, and up next, or on deck, we have Piper, with then Venestra and Nicodemus on deck.
Okay, so I am going to cast at 9th level Conjure Animals. And I am conjuring 32 Almirage, or whatever that, how the fuck you pronounce that shit? Bunnies with unicorn horns, essentially.
Bunny corns, okay.
We love bunny corns!
32.
Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. And they fly with their ears, if I remember correctly.
Fuck. Okay,
No, they cannot.
Damn
Not in
it!
this one.
This isn't the one that flies with its ears?
Nope.
What is the one that flies with its
unfortunately,
ears?
that's a no. Okay, shit.
22 of them. They only all each have 3 HP each.
So
That's like-
swarm of mini bunnies, gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just picturing this.
On the subject of the Dust Bowl, you know, there was this whole thing with a bunch of bunny clubbing.
Wait, no, I read that wrong. They have a HP of 6. Shit. I am
Okay.
32 times 6.
I'm happy with these maps, dirty though they may be. All right, let's see here. Let's see, where is it? Bulk shit? Is bulk shit the thing I need to do? No. Fuck. Where is it?
And if I remember correctly, with this spell, they get their own initiative.
Uh-oh. Okay. You know what? We're gonna make this easy. We're gonna go ahead and just Control C. We're gonna Control V. Whoop. On the Piper there.
I mean, it's.
And then we're gonna go ahead and tint it at blue, because yes. All right, and then you should be able to Control C and Control V that token wherever you deem fit.
Okay. Bunny Swarm is a 15 for its initiative. Banestra.
Oh, is it just okay? You can position that token wherever.
Where's the token? Where's the bunny token? Oh, the blue little one right here?
The blue U, yes.
So hold on, let me do a ruler tool because I was going to.
I'm gonna get after that woman. So wait.
And Bricky,
Right
you
here.
want to update the map state.
Right here. That's where it's at, right here.
Map.
Those are enemies, right?
Yes.
On the map, on the map, on the
They
map.
themselves are the swarms of all of those fucking ghostly kobolds and dragonborn. They all go on Feisty Anita's turn.
They're Feisty Anita?
The name of the hag.
Ah, okay. So Feisty Anita is the little thingies. Okay, cool.
No, those things are.
What the fuck are they called? Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's their turn on here? I don't see it.
They are called slough swarms. They don't have their own turn because they just go on Feisty Anita's turn, as per the rules of their summoning.
Okay. And maybe no. We're gonna stay here then. Where you originally had it. Good enough.
Cool. All right. In which case, that was where's that? Words. What the fuck? Was that your gun? Pain makes my English die.
Pain makes everybody's English die. Is my bonus. I shall face step towards. Right here.
Okay, then.
Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go.
Off into space up, we have Venestra and Nicodemus. With Xanon and Revok on deck.
Vinestra said, "You do Nick first."
Sure thing. Nick is going to go ahead and bound forward over a bunch of this rubble, and he's going to promptly adamantine breath this swarm of dumbasses right here. They absolutely failed their save. Let's see how much damage he do. to sneeze at. Not his best roll, but nothing to sneeze at. That's 20 adamantine damage. And then he's going to Hunter's Mark the same bitch. I should have done that in a different order, but you know what it is, what it is. There, that's Hunter's Mark. All right.
Vinestra said, V is going to charge forwards and bring her great sword down on the enemy near her and Amira.
All right, coming down on another on one of them there swarms of kobolds and dragonborn. Of which, even just passively looking at them, these ghosts seem to be pissed. And not at you. They are all staring at her. They seem to be very pissed to have been woken up in this way.
For simplicity's sake, does a base 22 hit?
These fucks? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? Actually, let's make this easy. These fuckers have an AC of 13. You guys might want to write that down in case you want to attack these things.
Vinestra said, 372 damage.
Let me clarify for you, Avery. No, the little dudes have an AC of 13, not 18.
Oh.
Be right back.
Oh, it's very dead. It's very dead. Yeah, no, it's... As pissed as they are looking at her, they don't stop looking at her as they just... fade out of fucking existence. Out of pure, unadulterated, raw spite.
By the way, I'm gonna let the players know this. I plan on taking Avery to teleport right next to the Hag and Violet. Anyone who wants to teleport with me needs to be within 10 feet of me.
That would include Xanon and Angel.
Right now, that is, yes, Xanon, Ravik, and Angel.
And also,
Bruce can't
actually,
make
that
it.
would also be Hell's... That would also be Griffin.
Oh, Bruce can. If you say it out loud, Bruce might run towards you. But
I'm telling y'all right now, so that if any of y'all
Telepathically?
have a turn between now and my turn, y'all can make a move to.
Yeah, Griffin's in range for that.
actually, no. Depending on the state of the little addies, Bruce might just go around smashing bones because that'd be fun.
Did I not roll initiative for Griffin?
No.
Oh my god.
Or Lilith. Lilin, not Lilith. Lilin.
Griffin's just staring at this fight, being like, "This is us. Oh shit, you want me to help? Okay, hold on."
He's like, I was just sitting here. I didn't know. I'm paying attention.
So I was busy tying my shoe.
Look,
All
if
in
you want to
6
go running out into a
seconds.
fight, you better make sure your laces are straight. You don't want to trip like a dumbass.
I've done that before.
Ties his shoe in 6 seconds.
Now that said, he rolled a natural 4, but he has a plus 10 to initiative, so 14.
He and Bruce
Vinistra
shared
said, back.
He goes at the same
He
time as
Bruce
Bruce,
going with
which
the
means he
big
could
pepper.
feasibly tag team with Bruce.
Bruce is gonna stick around, destroying the bones, or not the bones, the spirit, the spirit.
He's gonna destroy the spirits.
You good, bro?
No.
You can't open it?
Oh.
What did I miss?
Get in here, love.
Well, we're updating the initiative. Forgot to fucking roll one for Griffin. He got 14, so that goes at the same time as Bruce. GRYPH.
Bruce is going for the spirit because apparently I can't English today.
Either way, we got Zen and
Isn't
Revika.
it Xanan's go?
It is. I just had to do the initiative for Griffin. But, yep, Zenon and Revik are up with Feisty Anita and apparently her backup band members on deck.
Okay. Well. Who's after me?
Right after you will be Feisty Anita and all of her backup dancers. In other words, the hag and all of her cronies.
Okay. The spell wording is a little confusing. So hope you can clarify. I want to cast this spell. It's called Lance. It says you create a shimmering lance of force and hurl it toward a creature you can see within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On hit, target takes force damage and is restrained by the lance till the end of its next turn. The confusion is that the range is self. So does that mean it's using my sight or what?
Range. What? That's okay. Can you send me the spell source? Because there might have just been some issues programming that into the sheet.
Let's see. It is from the Tome of Heroes.
Okay. Luckily, we do have that. Let's.
Vinestra said, shows up as 30 feet.
30 feet, okay. That makes more sense. So there was just an issue programming. 30-foot range on that spell, okay.
Okay, never mind.
And is there a saving throw against being restrained with that spell?
I'm not going to use it because it's not far enough.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to use the I'll just use my bow and attack one of the ghosts nearby.
Sure thing. Which one are you going for?
We'll attack this one over here.
45 feet.
Blue bitch, absolutely.
40 feet.
Okay, just remember, I don't have everything plugged in yet.
It's all good.
It's
30 absolutely hits.
That is 17 damage.
17 damage. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Some force and lightning.
Gotcha.
Alright, I can attack twice. 19 to hit.
19 also hits.
11 damage.
11 damage. Fantastic.
That'll end my turn.
Alrighty. Still up, but most of them dissipated. All that remains is a particularly feisty-looking ghost kobold in a sort of 1930s boxing stance, still just angrily looking at Anita, and not even in your direction, though its body is turned toward you in a hostile fashion. Alrighty. Fantastic. That leaves feisty Anita and her, well, feisty fellows on deck. First things first, feisty Anita on the floor, now in front of angry boxer Violet. Let's see what she decides to do with that information.
This is not a boxer, Joe. This is a wolf.
I know. I'm
He's sitting
making
in front of
a joke about about intelligence and dog breeds. So
That's not okay, Joe. You're the one who put her in that position.
yes, this archfey very much thought, what would be cruel and ironic for your fucking BBEG to do, and that's strip an intelligence-based being of its intelligence. All right, let's see what she wants to do. Let's see. Let's go ahead and see if she recharges her blood to ice real quick. She does not. Damn it. It's got so many things that are so dangerous on it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. She's going to pull from her ragged robes this fairly gnarly looking, sort of made of like leftover old bits and pieces of dragon bones, and just kind of flowing out from it is this sickly looking ice blade that very much just looks the part of a sort of crooked, massive butcher's machete almost. She's going to go ahead and take 3 strikes with bitter edge at you. So let's see how this goes. It's a natural. So it jams while she's trying to pull it out of her belt. Shits and giggles, we'll see that costs her an additional attack, so she's got 1 left she can use. This is not my day. It's another nat 1.
Is it kind of bad just to make this interesting? I want to like give you 2 inspiration. Is that bad?
Vinestra said, same.
You can spend your inspiration on the DM however you see fit, even if it's to your detriment.
I mean, would Megan be okay? That'd be the only issue.
Start hurting her? Yes, I need help.
She does have 2 more attacks, actually 2 Ice Lance attacks, since she basically just can't get her fucking bitter edge out of her scabbard.
You get get a couple more snake eyes.
Don't put that on me. Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Does a 29 hit Violet?
Barely, yes. Wait a minute. With the new, no. She's missing
So she
by
only
one.
hits once because the last one was another fucking nat 1.
Fuck it, I give 2 of Bruce's
Vinistra said,
inspiration.
"Hey Joe, question."
What's up?
DMED it.
You want to try and redirect the land strike, the one that did hit, onto yourself. Because of your aura of interception.
Yes.
Sure. Well, I go ahead and try and make... You know what? Shits and giggles, because the inspiration was spent. Is this going to be for Bitter Edge or for Ice Lance? Spender's choice. But also, again, there was the stipulation of, is Guinea okay with it? Getting another chance at getting hit.
I'm okay getting hit.
Okay.
She's a tank. I only
Okay.
asked because
We're
it
going
is
to try
her
Bitter
BB.
Edge because that's the one that looks cool. Or sounds cool, I
I'm
don't
just
know.
letting you know, Violet is overthinking, so like y'all are literally gonna have to work her out of her rage.
Oh no, I have to
Natural
greater restoration you.
Or heal.
Greater
Is it heal as in
restoration.
the spell, or heal as in you're telling the dog to heal?
Shush, bad.
That's right, he's got jokes. Alright.
She's a wolf now.
It's greater restoration, heal, or wish.
I could also just shoot the apple juice straight in my mouth. It's an option.
But last time Joe had funny description.
Let's see.
Okay,
So
fine.
finally, I'm gonna. This is the comedic effect of the amount of fucking nat ones that came before this. As she wrenches the blade free of the scabbard, you hear a as she just rips open her robe, and the scabbard just flops off of the blade as it gets ripped from her belt. Oh my god.
I don't think that's what you were trying to do. She goes, I don't think that's what you were trying to do.
You're actually unable to speak language at the moment because of the feeble mind. But laughing is a free action.
Oh my god, are you gonna hyena cackle?
No, I'm going to take the moment to bite her the minute Joe does that because I'm literally pissed off that he gave my character no way to speak.
I apologize.
Nope.
Okay, 7, 2, 9, 14.
It's one of the only things she had going for her.
It's 28 plus 15. 33, 43 plus.
Zombie. Ooh, I can get closer.
Okay, so that's 43 slashing damage.
Vinistra said, "Damn it, heal is a specific spell."
Greater Restoration also works.
I could possibly heal you.
I'm letting you know, Joe. I'm gonna use that on an Ashtar character fight.
Okay,
So you
I'm
can't
okay
talk.
with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not. Okay, I'm okay with that. So that's 43 slashing damage, and then that's 11, 18. 24 cold damage. Whoop, sorry. Double that. 48 cold damage.
No, I probably won't be as mean as you are.
don't have the energy for that.
If I
To
recall,
Vinestra.
if I recall, you have a resistance to cold damage. Am I correct?
To who? Violet?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was against Violet trying to slash at you. All right, yeah. So 24 cold damage then. Since that's halved.
Violet's not attacking anyone. Violet's not attacking anyone. Joe, Violet's not attacking anyone. What are you doing in the party? That woman's gonna die. She was silenced for 400 years, so not being able to talk is a pain in the ass. I don't like that of an extra, not of an extra.
Okay. Well, she is currently slashing at you, her main target.
It's fine. You know what you want.
You are not rendered mute, by the way. You're just unable to speak language.
Joe, that's the same thing. You can't talk in the abyss. You taught me that. You die if you talk in the abyss. It's rendered practically mute.
The way I understood that was you can make noises like but not words like this.
Yeah, I know. I got it. Frick, I got it.
Returning to some old trained
Yeah,
instinct is
imagine.
totally a fine route.
You have to understand, she is pissed. I am
Understandable.
pissed because she is pissed.
Yeah, my goal is to
because
make sure that you
if I
got
did that-
venomously pissed at this enemy, and I think I achieved that.
More than that. Go for it. You got nuts. Yeah.
Alright. And next up we have the Slough Worms, which she summoned. They are going to, let's see here. Okay, not much they can do, but they can do some shit.
I'm sorry
This
if I
one-
sound frustrated, guys. I'm hopping around and trying to stay calm so my character's absolutely furious. I'm
This
not
one
mad,
flying
I'm
around
just-
a little bit confused is going to go ahead and go right after Griffin here. It's going to go ahead and try Chilling Touch on him. A soft 20 misses Griffin. That is all it can do. Next one is going to go ahead and try and run up on...
There you go. We're alive right now.
It's the closest target. It's going to try and run up on Nick here. Damaged as it is, it misses. Oh boy. Alright, you know what? They're CR3s. This makes sense at this point. This one's going to fly up on you, Piper. Does a 22 hit you, Piper?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. The swarms all run up and, in their haunted, dead state, still looking hatefully at Anita, touch you. As each of them make contact with your skin, you can feel hateful longing to be released, and their command to assault any who have entered this cavern. They only understand that to be their right to this. These are not innocent nor good creatures. But they are trapped and enslaved nonetheless. As you take a lot of D6s worth of cold damage. Let's see here.
It's fine. I have like 230 HP.
That is one shy of what I need. There we go. Okay. Six plus 6. Okay, you take 18 cold damage and... Make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Okay.
DC you're looking to meet or beat is 13.
12 plus 5.
Okay, 18. All right, cool. So you were not rendered unable to heal. Yeah, these fuckers are...
Okay.
Alright, this one's gonna go ahead and fly its ass toward Venestra. Try and caress that backside with Chill Touch. It's a crit. Okay. The cronies are doing something, which is surprising. Now you have resistance to cold damage, so you'll take half of this anyway. Venestra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 12, 16, 22. Math isn't mathing. 27, 30, doubled. 60 cold damage. And I need you to make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. And also that's halved, so back down to 30.
Vinestra said, "What was the saving throw?"
DC 13 Constitution save. On a failure, you will be unable to regain hit points.
DC 13.
Yep. They're CR3s. So.
Insta pass.
Insta pass. All right. Because crit saving throws.
She
are not
has
a thing,
plus
you can
1,
crit fails.
3.
Okay, cool. Alrighty.
Is it finally time for the murder bunnies?
Very nearly.
Let's see. Can this one get close to anybody? It can get close to. It can get close to. Not range for you. It's gonna come up on you, Piper.
Oh no.
That one's gonna come up on Violet, and this one's gonna come up on. Also, at that range, yeah, Violet. Okay. So, attack on you, Piper. Does a whopping 17 hit you?
No, my AC is 17.
It's me to beat.
Or not 17, 18. It's
Oh,
18.
okay. Just misses. All right. Violet, does a 21 hit you?
Since when did that change? Hold on.
No.
Okay. And does it? Nope. Natural 1 doesn't hit you. You know what? At that range and also being very hateful of Anita, fuck it. I'm gonna see if this one actually hits Anita. So I'm gonna have it roll the hit again. Just accidentally hits Anita.
Actually, 19.
Natural 20 to trade out for its nat 1. Okay, so the blank one, the one that isn't color coded, fucking hits Anita. Anita is immune to cold damage, but Anita still needs to make that con save or be unable to heal. Alright, let me double check her con save modifier. I'm pretty sure she might win this by default, but there's always a chance. Wait. Hold on. So, natural 1, she still passes with her modifier, but natural 1 against a save that does damage. Even though she's immune to frost damage, it still technically is against a save that is supposed to deal damage. So she still takes an injury from this.
Sweet Jesus.
Takes an injury from one of her fucking summons because it's not happy about being summoned.
Why have all of our bosses had injuries?
This time I did it to myself.
Okay.
Accidentally, mind you, but still. Alright. 6. What does a 6 do? On a D100. Lose a foot or a leg? Really?
Vinestra said, "Just so I know, Joe, how much overkill occurred to the slow that V dispersed."
How much overkill? You got roughly 10 times its HP. Overkill.
There's the right button.
Okay. You know what? Megan,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it to you.
Huh?
Either it takes the injury from its own summon and she loses a leg, or the injury causes a magical rebound, and on sacrificing 4 inspiration die, you regain control. You regain your full mental facilities.
Well, that would be a story point. Considering, are you okay with the story point?
I'm prompting you with the option.
Well, I'm also asking the DM because that means he's gonna have to act that out. So, I know what would happen, but
Give me a yes or no, and I'll
Is that
roleplay
fun?
as necessary either the loss of a leg for this hag, or how you end up regaining your faculties.
how I change if we're gonna be getting my cat because they'll sacrifice 4 inspiration die. That gives me something to sacrifice them for.
Okay.
And I've been handing them over to people all the time.
All right. So, as this hand lurches forward and grasps on to feisty Anita's leg, she lurches backward as she tries to snatch at this summon's arm. As she does so, sending forth as much necrotic energy as she can to wrench her control over it, it shatters. In the process, that shrapnel begins to basically shotgun out at her, and in doing so, this little tether, which she seems to be pulling like a puppet string on your brain, snaps, and as it does so, a cascading domino effect fires off in your neurons, and a bunch of really old memories and really new memories collide for the briefest, most painful moment. Every memory you've ever had in that eidetic amethyst brain of yours feels like it just happened. The painful and traumatic, and the new, fresh, and pained in and of themselves. Before you come back to full consciousness and awareness, staring down this bitch who is screaming in agony as she is trying to rip apart a summon that she herself brought here.
Okay. Boss.
That is so cool. I'm gonna say, in pure Sylvan, the oldest one I know, I would like to rage.
It is not your turn, but I will allow it. Describe how you rage.
I was gonna say, by all means, take the bunny's bonus action.
Oh no, I'm just gonna get into my rage form. She's fun.
I am allowing you also the room to spice it up if you choose to do so.
Her eyes start the fact that she has the amethyst inside of her body at this point begins to glow out of her, almost radiating out of her, because amethysts themselves are kind of like a believe it or not, even though they're healing crystal, they are kind of like radiant.
They radiate. They're radiant. They're pretty.
They're pretty.
Really? You can see them in like a pitch black room?
Not like that, but
they actually can cause minor radiation. Actually, for some weird reason, they're a little bit more toxic than we thought they were. When I was reading the other day. Oh yeah.
You know what?
That
Pure visual flavor. This offers no mechanical benefit outside of your normal rage form. As you are lurching out in a massive rage, about to take your dog form, feeling like fur is about to blast out of your skin, instead your muscles expand and ripple out with amethyst scales as you take on the form of an amethyst dragon.
I like that. That would explain the pain.
You are not offered the mechanical benefit of being an amethyst dragon. It's equivalent to your dog rage form. But visually...
That's story stuff for later, Joe.
Yeah.
That's what she wants to do later.
Sure.
Yeah. Typically, she's like a wormling right now, and she's okay with it.
I sacrificed the bunny's bonus action for her rage.
You didn't need to.
She doesn't. They don't have any bonus actions. That's why I said.
Oh, it's a yoke. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Essentially, they don't have any form of a bonus action, so take my bonus action.
Right.
I'm gonna let you know that the dog form will be like her normal thing, and then that rage will happen later. It's just flavored rage.
And you know what? In response to that,
said, "Hey Joe, question: where was the skeletal dragon in the air?"
it is right here, right there, right here. And
thanks.
By the time it gets to my turn.
And also, you know what? We'll say this. I'll allow that sudden shift to a dragon also. If you'd like, I can roll for a frightened effect on Sweet Anita. I'm sorry, Feisty Anita.
I would really like that. I'll give you 2 more inspiration die out of Violet's pile for that.
That is a natural 2, so as a response, she's going to use a legendary action to Winter Step and fucking teleport away from your scary ass.
I really just want to say that.
To promptly get to the people she believes to be less threatening in the changeling right here.
Don't I have counterspell? Isn't that my mental state reaction? Because I have a counterspell as a mental state reaction that you gave me in the abyss.
You do have the ability to counterspell as a reaction because of what you got with the completed Dragon Brain. You can absolutely do that if you'd like.
Oh yeah. Because I want Avery to be able to bring people over here and beat the crap out of her all at once.
Okay.
I want his plan to go through.
You see a snowstorm gather around her as she is clearly about to phase away from you. And like in DBZ, someone getting chokeholded out of their after image.
I love that so much.
As she's about to bamf away, your draconic talon just wraps around her throat before it even fully manages itself. If I have enough mental wherewithal to make this shit cinematic, I'm gonna try.
I love it.
This is epic. I'm loving this.
It's like McDonald's, getting all I want at the moment.
Like, I've got her, like, clawing at the talon in my head. Like,
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, $5 footlong. Wait.
Vinestra said, "Hey Megan, I got an idea for V. Amira's
Okay.
next go."
Okay. Is it DM'd or you just want to tell me?
Il DM.
Okay. Okay.
All right, and that is Feisty Anita's go finished. So now it is Bruce and Griffin.
No, Bunny.
Oh, Bunny. Sorry. The bunny. The bunny girl.
All right, so bunnies. Okay, hold on, let me go.
I'm half tempted to name this episode Snow Bunny, but that would attract the wrong crowd.
Absolutely would. So they're gonna come up here, and I'm gonna roll to hit.
Yes, please. Yes,
I apologize this is going so late, but boss battles be like that.
19 plus 5.
On the blue one right here. 19 plus 5 absolutely hit.
Hold on, I have to. Where is? There it is. Hold on. 192 HP for the bunny swarm.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
So.
been at this for almost 8 hours.
I'm kind of liking it because now we're actually working as a group and it's making me really happy right now.
32 D4s.
To be fair, 2 of those hours were actually spent just on the build-up to this, so technically the fight's been going for almost 5.
Yeah, but I've been sitting in this chair.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, long fights are long fights. If you need to get up, walk around, stretch your legs, do it, by all means.
It's not your turn, dudes.
Okay.
74 damage. Yeah, your swarm
Hold on,
absolutely...
there's a +3. Hold on.
Yes,
3
please.
times 32 equals 69. So it's 74 plus 69. Or 96. God damn it, I read that backwards.
You know what? It's fine. They're dead.
We just wanted to have some Deruso-ness in there. That's what we wanted.
Yeah. The Jerusalem and the 69s
Yeah,
came from bunnies, which we all know.
Multiply.
Yeah.
That's why there's 32 of them. And that is all they can do.
Yeah.
Yes.
The absolute
Now it's
evisceration of
Bruce.
that little
Vinestra
swarm
said,
might as well
"These
be a-
bunnies been forking."
Wow, I can't believe she said that in a good way.
I'm so glad it cuts it off. I'm so glad it cuts it off if I speak out loud.
Through a bit this time.
Doesn't on the stream end. If I muted myself, it wouldn't cut off as bad. But there's a cutout with my own voice. I think that happens.
Oh no, it's because I was talking and I did that on purpose.
Ah, okay.
So Bruce is going to go up to this group right here. Are these still alive?
Yes.
Okay, and he's
'Cause they
gonna smash it
approached
with it.
fresh and just missed.
I'm gonna smash him with the hammer, but for some reason we do not have his stat block for his hammer.
The thing's exalted already, right? Roll Maul with a +3, plus your strength modifier,
Okay, Maul, you said?
plus your proficiency. So basically, it's strength modifier +10.
I can't add a Maul to it. Hold on, I have to look at Piper's. Or wait.
Vinestra said, "Maul is 2d6."
It's got more
Okay.
shit in there, I just don't remember what. Been a while, and I think I lost that notebook!
That's a nat 20 plus 3, right? The 3 for the Maul.
Yeah, nat 20 will do it.
Hold on. I want to know the total just from like my So +7, 27. Okay. I don't remember what kind of damage it does because it's both a devilish and celestial.
I believe
thing.
there was fire and stuff in there. Okay, because I don't remember where the stats went for that fucking thing. I mean, let's just
say for right now, since it's exaltant, let's go ahead and take the normal 2d4 and let's go ahead and just, because I know there were additional damage types involved, let's just sextuple it. So 12d4.
Okay, fuck that. I'm gonna do that on here.
Sorry, 12d6.
Roll 12 d6 44.
Doubled is 88 because of the crit. Then plus 3 and plus your strength modifier. So
that would be 7. So 88 plus 7.
Yeah, which is
They're dead. Are they
95.
dead, Jim?
95. They are very
dead?
dead.
One big squash.
Can we describe a really cute way that they destroyed them? Did they turn into tiny little bunnies and go poof?
No, it's not the bunny ones. It's Bruce's.
Does it go bonf?
It is the carrot hammer.
Yeah.
Does it go bonf?
Yeah.
Bonf.
Weirdly, the comic bonk effect shows up where they are, and as it fades, mechanical hands from hell reach up and then drag them down.
Yes!
So Bruce is just gonna look at them and go, you know, this is better than Enderman making me eat hearts. This is great.
What the fuck is that thing? I feel like I just had a fucking seizure watching that.
That would be, Pendra's Asbado, devil lord person, whose name escapes me constantly.
Nemoria, and I'm gonna drink when I get home.
Letting you know the inside of the necklace, you hear one of Angel's children literally cheering you on, who's literally the eye that is Nemoria's baby. Stop it!
Mm-hmm. Because that's how Bruce really... Hold on, let me look... Double check. Let me look at Bruce's bonus actions. I don't want to rage.
Technically, you'd be able to maintain it since you already took an attack and succeeded this turn.
I don't want to because I want to summon a spirit weapon!
Fair enough.
It's a warlock. Got a 2-power thing going on.
I gotta help my girl over here. So it's gonna appear right here. I'm just gonna keep going. Woo, 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 woo.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's where it appears. And am I able to hit on the same turn?
Close that. It don't matter. That was a thing I did a long ass time ago.
Anyway, would I be able to hit on this turn with it?
Yes, when you summon a spiritual weapon, you can hit with it in the same
Vinestra
turn.
said, "Hello, spooky skeleton minotaur."
Yeah, that's all that do.
That was early stuff.
Alright. So, I got to roll to hit.
Shits and giggles, what's your spiritual weapon look like here?
Instead of it looking like the carrot hammer, it looks like an axe that's made with like vines and stuff, and the axe head itself is a gear.
Hell yeah.
And that's 14 plus 9?
Controlled by Amber. Say, you have a spiritual weapon on the field. 14 plus 9 absolutely hits. Which one are you going for, green or red?
Green. So I just gotta do 1d8.
I think you do more than that by now. Or did you just cast it at base level?
Oh wait, no, right, I can cast that higher. Hold on. So it's 2d8. I think that's like what level is that? That is 4th level. So That is double sixes.
Woo!
Plus. Oh wait, it's D8s, not D6s. Okay, whatever.
Roll it again if you use the wrong dice.
Okay, hold on. I got confuzzled. Five plus 6 plus 3.
14.
Yeah, radiant.
14 radiant. Well, bonk. Cracking right down on these guys. Now, these fuckers have sunlight sensitivity, which also means radiant vulnerability.
Ooh, they take double damage.
In other words, 28 damage to these poor bitches.
Poor unfortunate souls.
As half of them get blasted away from the swarm, and they're all still just turned and looking at feisty Anita with utter hatred. Not acknowledging you, even though their bodies are combatively turned in your direction. It is a fucking bizarre thing. It's all the mannequins in the room staring at her, but pointed at you.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
And then, okay, so that was 10 feet of movement. I still have 30 feet of movement for Bruce.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, hold on, let me just...
By
not
the way,
what I meant
neglected
to...
to mention, but it doesn't matter at this point. This is all considered difficult terrain for those walking, given it's just a bunch of fucking house rubble.
30 right there.
It's totally unsafe.
Most everybody's fine.
There. There we go.
Fantastic.
There we go.
Alrighty.
And now it is the end of my turn. It is now...
Griffin is up. Avery's on deck. Alrighty, let's see here. Alright, should I, just bust out the big guns for the sake of the fucking big guns because we're in the... I am so sick of the cold.
Boy, what is over here? You hear Angel, quit being a bitch!
Alright, here's what I'm gonna do.
Not my fault. You didn't prepare for cold weather.
I tried.
You still hear Angel, quit being a bitch!
You know what's fucked? One of the spells I have prepared is Ice Storm, about fucking useless in here.
That sounds like a new problem.
It is. I get it.
By the way, when Bruce ever runs, like does his movement speed, he puts the hammer in his mouth and gets on all fours to travel.
That's fucking awesome.
So cute. Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
He only does that because that makes difficult terrain a moot point.
I can do his spells because it's a wizard.
Almatris is just punching bag chicken.
True.
You know what? For the sake of
Almatris
teleportability,
is
I'm
what
gonna
I go
stick
for
where
when
I
want
am.
to
But
learn a new weapon.
purely because I'm feeling like a spiteful little bitch. Let's see.
But
if
it's all
she's willing
Tansy,
for
you
this.
said that when we get home.
Vinestra said, "As a heads up, Avery, you might want to close the skeleton image."
Well, it is closed, but maybe
Not
I
in
just
range
need to
yet, but-
click back into the stream. It's not right now.
Weird.
Maybe refresh it? Yeah, I was gonna say
I
maybe
just reoped it and it's gone.
Okay, yeah. So I'm like, I don't understand why it would be on my end when I'm looking at it and it's not there.
You okay?
Okay, you know what? Violet, I can see you're having a problem with the bitch right over there. This is not to steal your thunder, but to make her have a worse time as an appropriate side effect. I appreciate your offer to teleport me, Avery, but I'm gonna... I gotta do this on principle.
Also, because she technically took the hair of your great nephew.
Yeah, so, well...
What you
First of all,
gotta
he's
do,
going
bitch?
He's going to bonus action at Misty Step, 60 feet. Unless I got the math wrong.
Yellow Griffin.
Griffin's the blue
Blue is
one. All right, now, seriously. You fucked with some of my friends, and you fucked with my, I don't know how many greats nephew. You fucked with my family. He's gonna cast Reality Break on the hag.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Was he about to give the speech, like one of those big mafia speeches? It just
Man, a
sounded
few
like
words,
it was
B. Griffin. His brother Vincent is more the mafioso speech guy.
Oh my god.
Alright, so he's going to cast Reality Break, which is an 8th level spell. She needs to succeed on a Wisdom 19 saving throw, or on each of her turns she has to roll on the Reality Break table, which will do a number of fucking things to her. All of which are hindrances, and all of which deal some
Vinistra
kind of
said,
damage.
don't forget legendary resistances as well.
True. Very true. Very true. I've fucking forgotten to use a lot of those, but then again, she hasn't been directly affected by many spells. So... she's also generally resistant to magic. So let's see how this goes.
Does she have $1 million?
$1 million.
Yellow token.
Griffin is not epic level. He's just a level 20. He does not intend to go farther than that, which unfortunately in this case works to his detriment.
The yellow Halcyon.
The only one who's actually in high epic levels is Angel's grandfather.
Vinistra said, son boy.
And Zeus and Farah. He's training to become epic levels. He's just not there yet.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute.
Angel, Xanon, Ravik, and Halcyon. Who wants
I'm gonna roll her saving throws.
Angel's gonna take a taxi with you. I guess you could take a taxi. Because I am very weak and small.
Xanon,
Piper, meanwhile,
Okay.
I'll just deal with these little fuckers.
What the fuck?
don't place them within like 20 feet. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Not sure why. I'll take your word for it.
What happened?
Even
Joe?
on a nat 1, she succeeds because his spell safety C is 19 and she has a plus 18 to her wisdom throws. She did roll a nat 1. That said, everything on the table of Reality Break does some level of damage. So it's another injury. I don't know how I got double nat 1s with this bitch. What the fuck? 42. If only that had a special effect for injuries.
Not my gumdrop buttons.
Not the gumdrop button.
Break a finger. Reality break. Here's what I think of your reality. Fuck. She now has disadvantage on sleight of hand checks. And checks to use fine tools, such as thieves' tools.
Oh no, she can't carve into a stone tablet. Whatever shall she do?
Or sew children into dolls.
You know what? Fair.
You little bitch, you broke my finger. Now I'm gonna break you. Well, no, you failed at that. You failed at that, actually. Did I? Really? You son of a bitch. Fuck. And I already used my bonus action to teleport over here.
Should have stayed over here.
Why the fuck am I
bitch.
here? I should use time ravage on you. Was that? I can guarantee that would do nothing to me. I already live forever, so do my trilobites.
Let's go backwards. Go backwards.
I'm going to make a tactical retreat as he proceeds to moonwalk. His walking speed of 30 feet.
Yes, moonwalk. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Everybody was fast as lightning.
Avery, you're up. Halcyon's on deck. And the caged skeletal great worm is at the end here.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Everybody's going away.
Griffin's turn, which was entirely built to support what the fuck Violet was going to do to this bitch, turned out to be a total dud. Might as well play it for laughs.
It's not the only thing he can do. Joe, he did take one of the characters backwards that hurt his brother. And ravaged her body that way. Go backwards.
And then turned her into a fetus, which...
That was hilarious.
Does Halcyon want to go?
Halcyon goes after you.
No, like, does he want to go on the teleportation taxi?
I'm right here, aren't I?
My favorite piece is
Also a paladin. I like being up close and personal with bitches.
I'm trying to listen to Joe.
Sorry.
Near him.
I like being up close and personal with the bitches. So yes, take me.
I will take Dad.
How can the yellow one, the elfish-looking one, is Xanon?
I also want to go.
Okay, I was asking about that earlier. And Ravik too.
If you can afford it.
Yep, I can take up to 8 willing people within 10 feet. So, oh, well, I was gonna move, so because it's not your turn.
Oh, well, I was making it easy for you.
There. I
The
moved
water park
just
is
5
burned to
feet
the ground.
diagonally,
Tow truck is
and we
broken
can
down.
take
All four of y'all.
all over. You see, she said not within 20 feet, so I guess we'll come like over here.
Okay.
I guess it's still probably within 20 feet. It's really, we'll move one. There we go.
Was the intention also to take Angel along behind enemy lines?
Yes.
I believe so. She asked to.
Oh, good. Oh, goody.
Angel's ready to fight.
So why are we keeping 20 feet of distance, Venestra?
There's a plan. It's a very, very detailed plan. It's a secret plan. It's the greatest plan there ever was.
Okay, cool.
They're doing telepathies, also known as passing notes between the characters.
Sorry, we're passing you out of the table.
All right. Anything you'd like to do as your bonus action, Avery, and leftover of your movement action?
Xanon and Ravik are in splash zone. That was not the intention.
Oh, aren't we, can't we rearrange where we land?
Yeah.
Ew.
Strictly speaking, no.
I can't move your pieces. That has to be either you or the DM that moves them.
DM, can you move me just out of the radius of the 20 feet around her?
Just out of the radius I measured.
I mean, we teleport.
25 feet away. But Xanon and Ravik are exactly 20.
I mean, when you teleport, can't we?
Right. This is all kind of happening like that. So.
Yes, it's instantaneous.
Vinestra said, 20 feet should be okay, as I don't think the thing was that big.
Okay, cool.
Whatever that means.
Yeah,
It's fine.
They're cooking something. We're gonna
I'm
let 'em-
cooking. You go let me cook. Let's cook all that stuff up on the stove. Oh my god, now I'm hungry. I just ate.
Well, that was my turn. That was my action was teleporting all y'all.
It was epic. Thank you.
I could,
I'm letting you know.
but that wouldn't really do much. Actually, maybe we'll just so I move 5 so I
Did we miss Angel's turn by any chance?
No, Angel started with Violet as well.
But Angel didn't have a turn. Violet had a turn.
You didn't take Angel's turn with the Violet?
Oh, I know I didn't take the turn.
Oh, where's Aegis's token?
Yeah, where's Aegis? Is he the yellow guy?
No, that's Halcyon.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think you forgot Aegis.
Whoops. Hold on.
And then Aegis was so hurt. He did the robot sad face.
I've been standing here the whole time.
He doesn't have a posable face or any noises. He's
You know, let's do a little bit of this, and then let's do a little bit of recoloring here, and then that'll make that easy. And he's just fucking black. That'll work. Slightly darker
he
Avery.
could just like slump his shoulders like.
It's okay. I'll eat my metal popcorn. There is no such thing as metal popcorn. I will invent it later.
You can't talk. I haven't given you that yet.
But you can imagine.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You were me, and I am you, and all that. Mess.
We're in a hag's domain. Hallucinations are bound to happen.
I am you and you are me.
Now, Avery, you need to wake up. You're late for school.
I give him a mental evil glare.
This is just the DM fucking with you.
Vinestra said, Halcyons go.
Right.
Actually, wait. Before I end, since Aegis is here now, I want to use his movement to get closer.
By all means.
I'm assuming that his movement speed is separate from mine, right?
Yes.
And let's see, is it the same 30? Find it again. Avery in Aegis thread. It's 40 feet. Okay, an extra 10. No idea. Oh wait, no, that's only 20. 25, 30, 40.
Alright, I know what Halcyon's doing. Halcyon is going to look toward you, Violet. The sun gleaming in his eyes even through this darkened cavern, and he's going to use Paragon of Devotion, which at this level he can either use on himself or on a target of his choice.
Paragon of Devotion, which he can use once a day. Before, let me double check here. For the next minute, or 10 rounds, give himself or the target of his choice resistance to all damage.
Is it too late to go back to Aegis? It's probably is.
No, go ahead and do Aegis stuff.
I forgot to actually use his attack.
Oh. By all means.
Force empowered ran your spell attack modifier hit. And I believe that was 20. Double check. Attack. Oh, plus 12.
Yeah. As Violet, while you are resistant to mundane forms of damage, you are now resistant to the rest. For the next minute.
Okay. Does 16 hit?
16 unfortunately misses the bitch.
Multi-attack makes 3 attacks. Okay, so let's try 2 more times. 17.
Misses the bitch.
32.
Absolutely hits, and that is a crit.
Uh-huh.
So that hits
32.
and double
All right.
damages.
One target. C 1d8 plus EB.
So 1d8
Efficiency bonus.
doubled, plus 7.
So 1d8 times.
Plus 7.
Grab it.
And you know what? Shits and giggles, because it's your first crit with Aegis. Describe how that looks.
I'm gonna use my inspiration because I don't want I'm using 2 inspiration. Something on the higher end. Fine, take a 3. 3, 6. 6 plus. I will describe it. Just give me a second.
Sure thing.
Gotta do maths.
Proficiency bonus. And is that
7.
Avery's proficiency bonus?
7.
7.
Just
Right
6
under your
plus
inspiration
7,
tab.
13.
Vinestra said 13-2.
Oh, I thought it was only the D8 that was double. Okay, so 13. No, so if we're doing the doubling,
It is just the roll
3
dice that are
plus-
doubled, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So no, it's just 13 then. 3 plus 3 plus 7.
It's still more than enough to kill a commoner, so it packs
Plus,
a wall.
you made this stat block a good while ago. I don't know if it changed it. But anyway, yeah. As it is right now, it's 13 damage. His arm has kind of a sharpened area on like the forearm cut. He would go directly into like Peck's shoulder. That with a little like pull down for some good slicing action.
Yeah.
trying to
Okay,
cut
yeah.
her arm off.
Yeah.
Shoulder carve. Metal bitch! I'm working here! How dare you?
I'm like,
You hear
what?
you hear Avery's voice kind of with a metallic echoed hue to it. Flavor of Avery's walking through ages to Griffin. Hit me.
She's going to use her reaction, Curse the Flames, and make a bitter edge strike toward Aegis.
It's okay, we can fix Aegis later.
And he has self-healing abilities too. 3 times a day. 2d8
A
plus
27 to hit him.
7. Armor class 14, so
Yes.
that hits.
Alrighty.
Again, I think this needs an update. This feels dated.
You know what?
4, 8, 25 slashing damage, and
I'm just gonna put that in combat tracker because I don't have a sheet for him to.
26 cold damage.
25 and 26.
51 total damage.
Yep.
25 slash and 21.
36 would be 51 total.
How's it feel, Tin Man, to get ripped open and find your heartless body exposed?
I'm currently seeing if that downed him or not. I have to go back to my notes, go back to the messages, pages thread, open that, then open the image. He has 89 hit points, so he's limping, but
38 points.
and she has now used up her reaction. So she still has legendary actions.
she gets no response out of him. He's a fucking emotionless fucking construct thing.
That's what I thought. A toy for petulant children.
I can't.
She stares at and through you, Avery. Never.
Say what?
Has she never shut up?
No, not until you make it.
I should have aimed for her jaw.
Called shots are a thing. There's house rules for that.
Do it next
I mean,
time.
with that being the case, wouldn't that what I did have been a called shot?
That was flavoring your first attack on her.
Yeah, that was flavor. Called shot is calling out what you're aiming for and what the intent is before you even make the strike.
Got it. Well, it's not like she's like casting any spells verbally, so.
At the moment, anyway. She's got some very, very mean physical weaponry that kind of offsets a fairly thorough repertoire of spell work that she can also access.
That what she did with the little counter she did, that didn't negate the damage she took, does it?
No.
Okay. Cool. Then Aegis did his job. She can't heal herself, as far as I know. He can.
Well, you'll see when her turn comes back around.
Now, Halcyon did the resistance thing for the
Yep, as the amethyst dragon is now also glowing with the light of the sun.
Oh god, she's so sparkly. Piper just
Fucking
pulls
purple
on.
disco ball up in this bitch.
Can I have free actions putting on some sunglasses that Wilsoni just appeared out of nowhere?
Nah, you're flashbanged. I'm sorry.
Oh, I wanted to be funny.
It's
I
all
just wanted
good.
to be.
You absolutely can, however, inadvertently he fucks it up and you're wearing those red and blue 3D glasses. And it just makes the effect
Yes.
way weirder.
Oh fuck yes, I'm keeping that.
Also,
It's like an eye.
was any part of that counter magical?
I believe
Wasn't a
Aegis
counter,
strikes are
it was,
considered
yeah.
magical.
I have
although-
magic resistance on Aegis.
Oh, well, sorry, yes. So,
Advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical abilities.
okay, yeah. So there was no saving throw involved there. That was just straight up. The cold damage, however, would have been considered magical damage, but he does not have resistance to cold damage. If that
Yeah,
makes sense.
no, the only immunities I have are poison.
Right.
You're working on cold.
It's all good.
Vinestra said, "The trapped dragon's not go as it doesn't get a save and needs another to slap its rune."
Alright, dragon's still locked up. Fuck. Alright, cool. Angel, you're up. Given that we accidentally skipped that turn, take 2. I don't give a shit.
I'm letting you know I'm going to use my Mantle of Majesty, which is the I think that's like one of my bonus actions.
He fixed
I
the
think
icing
it makes
problem
her
with the
focus on
gold
the-
alloy in his suit that he then covered in red to offset the coloring.
You were
Huh?
I was already typing that down that I was gonna do a gold titanium alloy.
I'm letting you know she's going to use her Mantle of Majesty to get this woman's attention for 2 seconds so that way Violet will get a chance of attack on her.
What, he's saving throw and he's charm effect?
I know. I think it might be, but I think it's like an.
Shirt,
I'm pretty sure it is. Me too. Me too. And she's gonna use that thing with the "look at me" moment. Look at me.
Well, unfortunately, like many Fey adjacent beings, charms do diddly jack shit. I'd say you have enough knowledge of that to know that that's, you know,
Maybe a moot thing to try. Is there anything else you'd like to try instead? While absolutely keeping that bonus action or action that otherwise would have been spent.
I'm going to use Crown of Madness.
Ooh, fun.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
It's been a
I
while!
haven't gotten to use it in a while.
Wait, hold on.
You know,
Use it on anyone.
in service of the fact that it has been a while, as you summon it forth with your magic, what does your Crown of Madness look like?
I'm saying for this creature, it's a bunch of little kids singing, "It's a world of laughter, a world of cheer."
Oh, it's freeze as hell. Gotcha.
I'm gonna make this woman regret all of her life's decisions because that's a song from the 1920s.
I just picture Cell singing that now from DBZ Abridged.
Fucking talk.
It's a world of laughter, a world of fear.
And that is a wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yes, it is a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
The original 5th edition one, not the.
Yeah. How's a
New
30
one.
do you?
It's not high enough within proximity of them and proximity of with.
Oh. Fucking A. Alright. What do the Crown of Madness do?
Okay, hold on.
Remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am.
One humanoid of choice that is within range must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by her for the duration until the target is charmed. The twisted crown. A twisted arm, crown of jagged iron spears is on its head, and the madness glows in its eyes.
Cute. I've worn worse crowns, darling.
Damn. Okay.
I've worn better ones too.
I'm gonna use my bonus action when she opens her mouth to me, and then basically shoot another bolt of fire straight down her throat. Not fire bolt itself. I'm gonna literally fire breath down her throat.
Anita, an angel sitting in a tree.
Hey, Bamf, back
K-I-S-O,
and forth.
fuck! Alright, so that'll still be a dex save on her part. How's a 40 do you? Oh my god. I'm rolling well with this bitch. Actually, you know what? To be fair, every time I roll well, the next turn I roll fucking horribly.
I'm going to make you roll up.
Okay.
Lucky time.
Vinestra said,
That's the last lucky
"Liar,
guy.
you rolled 3 nat 1s.
True.
She's got 2
It's,
injuries.
she's got her ups and downs. Yeah. So how's a 39? I'm sorry. I'm rolling stupid well right now.
It's also because her things are stupid high.
She still takes half
higher
damage
than
as
it.
she gets a first-person example of Gnomish Hispanic Caliente.
She's gonna hop back at least 20 feet. I'm gonna give her the attack of advantage into. As I move back, gonna have to.
Huh?
I moved into her range to attack her.
She ain't got a reaction.
She's out of reaction. She has to stay where she is.
So she can't do a attack of advantage for me moving out of her range?
Attack of opportunity?
You can safely move out of her range and not deal with an attack of opportunity because she is currently out of reactions.
Awesome.
No, because she's used her reactions for the turn.
Correct. So,
Wait,
how much damage do you deal? It will be halved.
Hold on. 65, 66, 56. $25 half DM.
Okay, round it up. That's going to be 13 damage.
Does she get more damage because it's fire damage?
She's not vulnerable, but still damage, so.
Damn it. She won't get out of range now because you said 20 feet.
She cannot. Oh, Angel's gonna get out of range. Absolutely, yeah. All right.
She's gonna go and go, ha ha!
And then to account for that second turn for Angel for the accidental skip that we did earlier. Just to allow for action
Right.
economy.
We're going to do... Is there any multiple monsters in the field?
Yes. There's still a few more of those swarm buddies, which are all hostile toward the lot of you, but still looking in hostile fashion toward Anita.
Well, we're gonna do a chaos bolt for the first time in a long time.
It's been a while.
Been a while.
Vinistra said, "There's a few around Piper."
Two next to Piper.
There's also a cluster right here
and three,
around
yeah.
Violet.
Exactly. 3 around Violet 2.
I'm going to... Because Violet is in close range with Crazy Bitch, I'm going to hit the Crazy Bitch first and let those little motes move
Let it
around
bounce
and
off of the
then
rest of
hit
the
that
assholes? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna do a circle.
Now again, it can't hit the same target twice, but it can still do meaty damage to that one target.
I have a clarifying question for Joe.
Sure.
Hold on, let me type it.
By all means. I mean, yeah. To answer your question,
that's
Vanessa.
not it. Oh.
Let y'all know. Soon as I'm not needed to make, I don't need to make any rolls anymore.
Well, as this turn is wrapping around, I'd say once we get to Violet's turn, we're going to call it there, and then pick up with Violet on the next session. Since we did say we were going to get to a round and then finish up the fight at a fresher time, I believe.
Vinistra said, "Darn. I hope I remember to do it this weekend."
Make a note of it in your in your character roster notes, because only you can see those.
Okay, so what are we doing?
After Angel finishes out her turn, we'll be picking up next week with Violet. Just because the pain is
Can
getting
we
to be a
finish?
lot.
We're so close to finishing. We're so close to finishing.
No. It's 1 o'clock, Megan.
And I'm gonna be real.
This could go another half round. Could be another like 30 minutes to an hour.
And why don't we take up with Angel when we start next time? Because I'm getting sleepy too.
Okay, you want to take up with Angels? Okay, so just make it a whole fresh. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so then Chaos Bolt will happen next week. Make a note of that for yourself, just so you know what you're picking up with.
I already know what I'm picking up with. I can't forget that.
I mean, to be fair, I just made that suggestion to the person with eidetic memory, but still.
Vinestra said, next week you mean this Saturday, Sunday?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I have a mechanical question.
Assuming things
If
go well
Aegis
with my dad's
gets-
back surgery, which will be happening on Thursday.
Yes, I best wishes on that.
Because they're going in through the front and the back. That's going to be...
So, Brick needs to ask a question about Aegis' stuff.
Sorry, yes, go ahead.
If Aegis gets down, correct me if I'm wrong, but he cannot use his repair self ability to give himself up, right?
No, he will have to be assisted just like anybody else would with a potion. Yep.
Except for with him, it's a toolbox.
Right.
Like a tinderbox.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
That said, 7.5 hours this session has gone. It doesn't feel like it, legitimately. I want to keep going, but my body is screaming no. Rather aggressively. So I'm going to listen to it. That said, I am so excited to see what you guys do on Saturday. Let's see how this concludes. We're going to go ahead and find a target to raid here.
Yes, please. So good.
Did you answer the question, Joe? Because I don't know if you answered. I don't remember what it was because I think it got mixed up with all the other questions you were answering.
Oh shit! You're one that you were sending me. Oh god. Let's see. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Yes, you can.
Okay, only because I want to be able to do something after
Well,
that.
actually, sorry. Free action. Same rules as weapon switching.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. If you're attuned to both, it's fine. You know, it's whatever.
It's just, you know, she kind of can't hold a shield and a cane at the same, and two canes at the same time.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
but she has it on her belt.
Yeah. We're gonna. Yeah, it's late enough. I don't think I have a raid target, so fuck it. We're not gonna raid anybody tonight. That's set.
Okay.
Title ideas for the session.
No idea.
Vinestra said, Welp, today's session was lots of fun, very much excited.
Little wordy for a session title.
And a frosty welcome.
A frosty welcome.
I think it's a play on a warm welcome. I kind of like it.
Well, then in that case, what would be closer is a cold welcome.
She did explode the house into ice.
Yeah.
A cold open.
Yeah, that sounds good.
A frigid welcome.
I like that too.
Alrighty.
A cold read.
A frigid face off.
I love that too.
That one's solid. Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, we can't do anything about.
For the win.
We can't do anything about the barbaric bunnies, or we're gonna get the wrong crowd.
As funny as that would be, to name it, I'd get in so much hot water. Not the right kind of hot water.
Well.
Alright. And you know, ending
Yes,
this on a multiple
we
of
don't
5.
need to explain what a snow rabbit means.
Ending this on a multiple of 5 sounds... It tickles my brain in a good way. So, I'm happy with that. Okay, and now the pain has finally transitioned into dizziness. I think I made a good call. Oh, fuck. Made a good call.
End the stream.
See you guys on Saturday.